Ah Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillahi wa ala alihi sahbihi ajma'in. Inshallah, before we begin today's the second day of the conference, we'll have Sheikh Taha recite a few verses of the Quran. Inshallah. So, Sheikh, whenever you're ready.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أرأيتم إن أهلكني الله ومن معي أو رحمنا فمن يجير الكافرين من عذاب أليم قل هو الرحمن آمنا به وعليه توكلنا فستعلمون في ضلال مبين فستعلمون من هو في ضلال مبين قل أرأيتم إن أصبح ماؤكم غورا فمن يأتيكم بماء معين. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed in Surah Al-Mulk about his favors that, O Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, tell them that consider if Allah destroys me and those who believe with me, or if He has mercy on us, then who will save you, the disbelievers, from the painful punishment? Then Prophet, tell them that He is the Rahman, the most merciful. We believe in Him and we trust in Him. So soon we will see who is the one who is clearly wrong. And tell them, Prophet ﷺ, that consider this, that if all the water sinks into the earth, who is the one who can bring forward fresh flowing water? Sadaqallahu al-Azim.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. Appreciate that. Inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. All praise belongs to Allah, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the master of the day of judgment, the only one worthy of worship, one who gives success and the one who loves those who are patient. And we ask Allah to bless the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his house, his companions, and all the messengers that came before. Ameen. Brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We would like to welcome you back to the second day of the second winter conference at Islamic Oasis. We want to thank all of our online viewers as well as those of you who are here today for joining us. Jazakallah khair. May Allah reward you for your strive and efforts in earning knowledge. Ameen. Yesterday we had guests speak about success, what it means in context to us as Muslims here in this country, and how we as individuals must strive to make ourselves better, so that we may be able to help those around us to be better as well. And we must always remember, as we were told yesterday, to never compromise for who we are as Muslims. The speakers gave examples and definitions of what being successful looks like. And inshallah today, we will take another look at how we as Muslims can continue to grow and what lessons we can take from those who have been given victory in the past. And just as a reminder to those of you who are here, there are QR codes posted around the masjid. Please scan them, and we encourage you to ask questions. All questions are great questions. There is nothing that can be deemed as bad. Ask questions, and even if you remember a question or try to get a question at the end, ask them anyway. And inshallah, at the end, we will have a question answer panel. Any questions that are left remaining that weren't asked, we will inshallah get to them at the end. So do not have any hesitation. Jazakallah khair. So inshallah, with that, we would like to introduce our first speaker. Just gonna give 1 more minute. Okay. 2 more minutes? Okay, so inshallah we will join our first speaker, but if you have something to add to that, Sheikh Taha.
In the context of understanding success, how we understand it, how humanity has generally understood it, and especially how we understand it today, right? Success is understood generally as a certain amount of wealth, certain accomplishments, educational, business related, job related. But the Quran is clear on what is success. In Surah Al-Baqarah, when Allah says, أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَىٰ هُدًى مِّن رَبِّهِمْ, that those people who receive the guidance from their Lord, وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ, and those are the ones who are really successful. So the metric from Allah for success is the hidayah. And this is so important, this gift of hidayah from Allah, that in Surah Al-Rahman, we all know, in Surah Al-Rahman, all the in'amat, all the blessings that Allah recalls to us, that He gave us in this dunya, and that's promised for the believers in the hereafter. And in between these ayat, He says, فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ, which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? What's the first favor He mentions? Ar-Rahman allama al-Qur'an, that the most merciful, He taught the Qur'an. Then خَلَقَ الْإِنسَانِ. So this gift of the Qur'an, this guidance, this hidayah, it even takes precedence to our own creation. And I think this is something that we can all reflect on throughout our lives. And I will end with this. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursaleen. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh Taha. And with that, inshallah, we will go right ahead into our first speaker. Inshallah, our first speaker is Sadiq Farouk. He's an activist in the community. And inshallah, today we'll discuss about taking a stand. So, brother, whenever you're ready. Assalamu alaikum. Just gonna wear that. That's good. Whenever you're ready, you can take.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله وصفيه من خلقه وخليله بلغ الرسالة وأدى الأمانة ونصح الأمة وكشف الغمة وتركها على محجة بيضاء ليلها كنهارها لا يزيغ عنها إلا هالك. أما بعد، إخوتي وأخواتي الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. The title of today's lecture, inshallah, will be Taking Principled Stances and How to Achieve Them. Throughout history, not just Islamic history, but since the inception of Sayyidina Adam alayhi salam, we have seen countless principled stances that have been taken, whether from after the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam or before. And I'm going to go through a few. As I said, there is countless. If we were to discuss every single instance in which a principled stance was taken, we would never finish. But I will address a certain few in order to understand that what does it mean to take a principled stance and how do you take a principled stance. A principled stance, or for someone to take this stance, it is not based off of his personality. It is not based off of the strength of how he talks to others. It's not based off of his lineage or his power or his authority. The only thing and the only condition to take a principled stance is to truly adopt and believe in La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, adopting the Aqidah of Islam. That is the only thing. That is what qualifies a stance to be a principled stance. And understanding this Aqidah and adopting it in a proper way is what allows us to take these stances. So first, I begin with the story of Sayyidina Musa. And by the way, just the story of Sayyidina Musa, there is countless examples of principled stances that have been taken. So we begin with his story. He was raised in the castle of Fir'aun. He was even known as Musa ibn Fir'aun, Musa the son of Fir'aun. They took him as their son, and he was raised in his castle. And later on, Sayyidina Musa, when he was solving a dispute between a person of Bani Israel and one from the covenant of Fir'aun, the man that was close to Fir'aun within his covenant and in his castle, he accidentally killed him. So Sayyidina Musa is wanted for killing a man from the covenant of Fir'aun. And he leaves the city in fear of him being caught. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends His revelation upon him and orders him to do what? To go back to Fir'aun himself and call him to the message of Tawheed. Call him to worship the one who created him. When Fir'aun himself is the one who claimed what? He claimed divinity. So imagine the situation that Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam is in. He was left the city because he had killed a man that was close to Fir'aun. Fir'aun himself had claimed divinity, and now he has to go and what? And call him to Tawheed. Call him to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one who created him. Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam, when he received this revelation, when he heard Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaking to him, how did he understand what was asked of him to do, and how did he take this stance in front of Fir'aun himself? Number one, he asked for a supporter. He said, "Oh Allah, give me from someone that I could lean towards, that could support me, so that we could call Fir'aun to the message that you have sent me." And he chose Sayyidina Harun alayhi salam. Number two, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He promised him. He understood the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He understood when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promised him, and He said, "Do not fear, for I am with you. And do not fear, for you are the higher ones. Don't fear Fir'aun and his people. We will keep you strong and steadfast, and we will protect you, but you have to carry this message." And he took this stance in front of Fir'aun himself. And what were the consequences? Him and all of Bani Israel followed and kicked out and followed to be killed by Fir'aun and his army. The second example of a principled stance was also from the story of Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam. The woman that combed the hair of the daughter of Fir'aun, Mashitat bint Fir'aun, the one who combed his daughter's hair. When she was picking up this comb, this is after they heard of the message of Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam, and Sayyidina Musa fled the city, ila akhirih. She picks up this comb and she says, "Bismillah." And his daughter, the daughter of Fir'aun, she hears her and she says, "What did you say?" She says, "Bismillah," in the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. She says, "You mean my father Fir'aun?" She says, "No, in the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one who created me and created Fir'aun, the only divine true Lord." His daughter tells her father Fir'aun of this news, and he brings her and he tells her, "What? You have one chance and one opportunity to come back and claim that I am the true divine Lord." What does this woman do? A woman, no power, no authority, no lineage, no strength, no one to support her. One that is a servant in the castle of Fir'aun. What does she do? She says in front of Fir'aun, she tells him, "I will never. I believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and I believe in this message, and I adopted this aqidah." And she was able to take the stance, and even in front of Fir'aun, even in front of Fir'aun himself, the oppressor, the tyrant, the king, the ruler with all the power and authority. And they did what? They tempted her. They brought all of her children, her whole entire family, and they put them in front of her, and they said what? "We're going to burn them one by one in a pot with burning oil." And one by one they dropped them in. So later we will understand, and I'll go into exactly how she had the strength and the courage and the steadfastness to take this principled stance. What is it in her aqidah, in her belief, that allowed her to do so? Her children burned right in front of her. And she said, "No. Whatever it may be that you promised me, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has what? He has promised us more. The hereafter is a greater life than this life, 100%. She believed in this and she adopted it and she knew it. And what did she know of this? What did she know of the message? Nothing. Nothing but that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one that created her and the one that created Fir'aun and all of mankind. And He is the only one worthy of worship. That is the only statement that she understood and the only statement that she knew. And she took a stance to sacrifice her whole entire family and her children right in front of her eyes. This is for every single mother or father here or maybe listening. Your children in front of you, do you have the capability and the understanding to take a stance where every single one of your children will be killed right in front of you as you're watching? Because you understand that the promise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is greater than what I can gain in this dunya. And the third example, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and the companions during the battle of Badr. This is right after the hijrah. Shortly after the hijrah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and the Sahaba, and right after the establishment of the Islamic State. They are still weak. They don't have numbers. They still don't have power to face Quraysh. Yet what? Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam himself wanted to make sure that the Muhajirin and the Ansar were ready to take upon this battle. And the Muhajirin, the Sahaba that made hijrah with him, they made Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam come and they said, we're with you. We're prepared to fight, we're prepared to sacrifice, we'll lay down our lives. Nothing scares us. We're not afraid of their greater numbers. We're not afraid of their skills. We're not afraid of Quraysh or anybody that's going to try and fight us. And he waited for who? He waited for a man from the Ansar to come and give the same exact message to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Sa'd ibn Mu'adh comes to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and he says, it looks like you are looking for us to tell you that we are ready. And he said, yes. And he says, we are behind you, Ya Rasulullah, and we will sacrifice our lives. You came here and we supported you, and we will support you until the day we die. What is it in their aqidah that made them capable of standing in front of an army and fighting their first battle after they made hijrah, knowing that they may never come back? آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بماذا؟ كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله. That the messenger, peace be upon him, and the companions that believed after him, they believed in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they believed in his messenger, and they believed in the books, and they believed in the angels. The Sahaba radiallahu anhum, they understood this. This is what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam raised them upon. This is how he taught them the aqidah of Islam. This is how he taught them to take stances in life. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provide victory for us. And they truly do believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who grants victory. And the malaika came down by the will of Allah and they fought with them in the battle of the Badr. And they were the victorious. A fourth example. I'm going to give many examples and then I will explain. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu. The Sahaba are sitting and they say, Man yusmi' al-qawma ma yakrahun. Who will go and tell the people, the qawm, the people of Quraysh, what they truly hate? And what do they hate? The words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Qur'an. Who jumps up? Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. A skinny man, physically weak, no lineage, no power, no authority, insists, I will go and preach the Qur'an to them. I will go and recite the Qur'an in front of the Kaaba where all of Quraysh will listen, even if they beat me up, even if I die. Just reciting the Qur'an. Because he knows this will anger the people of Quraysh. He knows the weight and the magnitude and the greatness of the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Qur'an. And he insists, and the Sahaba tell him, no, we'll bring a man of lineage. At least then they will not be able to attack him. At least then you wouldn't be harmed by what they're going to do to you. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud insists, although he is the weakest of them physically, and he has no lineage, no one to protect him, no tribe, no strong tribe that will stop the people of Quraysh from harming him. And he truly goes out and does what? And he recites ayat from Surah Al-Rahman until they beat him up. They beat him up so terribly, he cannot get up, he cannot move. Then Abdullah ibn Mas'ud understood that this message needed to be carried. He understood that the moment that I proclaimed La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, it is my responsibility on my shoulders to carry this message to the whole entire world. It is my responsibility. Whether I face hardships, whether I face obstacles, whether I get imprisoned, whether I get killed, it is my responsibility. He took the responsibility of all humanity upon his own shoulders. And this is what every single one of the Sahaba did. Again, not because they had character, not because they had strengths and weaknesses, just because they truly understood what they proclaimed. And the fifth example, Sayyidina Bilal ibn Rabah. Again, all the weak people from Mecca are the ones who first entered Islam, or the majority of them. Those who are weak, powerless, slaves. Bilal ibn Rabah, a slave that has no support, no power, not even over his own body and his own self. Imagine. Tortured for proclaiming that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only divine one. Tortured in the heat, with stones on his chest, and he keeps repeating ahadun ahad, ahadun ahad. This is all he knew. And he told the Sahaba afterwards, Wallahi, if I knew another word that would anger them, I would have said it, but I didn't know. Imagine. But someone that enters Islam today, not even someone that has reverted to Islam recently, any one of us today, do we have the capability of going through a test, putting our aqidah through the greatest test right now in this manner? If someone were to hold a gun to our head or torture us, even worse, do we have the capability of staying steadfast on what we believe in? No, we don't. Bilal ibn Rabah, new to Islam, knows nothing about Islam. The message hasn't even fully come down. But he still proclaims Ahadun Ahad. And the Sahaba asked him, Ya Bilal, what made you so strong and courageous and steadfast in this moment? And you didn't break. You continued to stay strong. You continued to repeat what they hated. You continued to repeat what you proclaimed, that Allah is the only divine. He said, he responded to the Sahaba, is because I kept on thinking of the reward that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promised us in the akhirah, and it outweighed the pain that I was feeling today. All this pain and this punishment and this suffering and this torture. When he thought about what Allah promised the believers in the hereafter, those who take these stances, those who carry the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, regardless of whether the disbelievers like it or they don't like it, he understood that and he kept on thinking about it in his head until that reward outweighed any of the pain that he was feeling. He had belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He had belief in what? In the final day. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْكَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ مِن قَبْلِكَ وَمَا أُنزِلَ مِن قَبْلِ وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ. And in the hereafter, they have conviction. And Bilal ibn Rabah had so much conviction in the hereafter that nothing in this dunya could destroy him. Nothing in this dunya could stop him from proclaiming what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down. Another example, one of the strongest principled stances that we have seen, the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And Brother Ayman discussed this example yesterday, but I will go over it. During this time, the 9th year of Ba'tha, of revelation, Sidna Khadija radiallahu anha dies, and his uncle dies, and he is boycotted. And it is the weakest point of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and the da'wah and the Sahaba. That's when the torture and the obstacles and the harm upon him and his companions and the da'wah was the most during his 23 years. It was the most hardship. And he was faced with nothing but what? The people of Quraysh will not support me. I cannot carry this message with them. I must find somebody else to support me. And he went to multiple tribes as he mentioned yesterday. And when these tribes offered him strength and authority and support, he rejected it. Why? Because it entailed a compromise. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam would never compromise upon the deen of Islam. And neither should any Muslim that truly proclaims what we believe in. Not even a single ounce of compromise. Nothing. We don't compromise on the deen. They said to the point at least, we will conquer the whole world with you, but not the Persians. We keep the Persians alone. You know, we have good relations with them and they're too strong for us. But the whole world, we are behind you and we believe and we have no other conditions. So they didn't have conditions on their belief. They had conditions on the actions that they might take. That's it. And he rejected. Same thing with the other tribes. He rejected because a compromise existed. Although he was so weak in that point. He was looking for someone strong to come there and support him and help him and give him power to establish the legislation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and yet he rejected. لأنه he understood what a true principled stance entailed. No compromise exists in a true principled stance. If I compromise, then I'm no longer taking a stance for my aqidah. I'm taking a stance based off my whims and desires, whatever feels comfortable to me. And he understood that victory lies in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whether I die, whether I live, this deen will be victorious. And again, I have yaqeen in the akhirah. I have yaqeen in the hereafter. And I know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised us. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, what in Surah Al-Isra? He says, وَإِن كَادُوا لَيَفْتِنُوكَ عَنِ الَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ لِتَفْتَرِيَ عَلَيْنَا غَيْرَهُ وَإِذًا لَاتَّخَذُوكَ خَلِيلًا وَلَوْلَا أَن ثَبَّتْنَاكَ لَقَدْ كِدتَّ تَرْكَنُ إِلَيْهِمْ شَيْئًا قَلِيلًا وَلَأَذَقْنَاكَ ضِعْفَ الْحَيَاةِ وَضِعْفَ الْمَمَاتِ ثُمَّ لَا تَجِدُ لَكَ عَلَيْنَا نَصِيرًا. That the people of Quraysh were working so hard and getting so close to getting you to compromise on what we have revealed to you. And if you had compromised, وَإِذًا لَاتَّخَذُوكَ خَلِيلًا, they wouldn't have taken him as a friend alone. Khalil. Sayyidina Ibrahim, he is known as Khalilur Rahman. Yani a very close friend, an ally. These kuffar, the people of Quraysh, would have taken you, O Muhammad, as an ally if you had have compromised just an ounce of the deen, just a little bit. You would have compromised, they would have loved you, and they would have compromised with you. Their whole entire ideology is based upon compromise. They have no problem with compromise. What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say? وَلَوْلَا أَن ثَبَّتْنَاكَ لَقَدْ كِدتَّ تَرْكَنُ إِلَيْهِمْ شَيْئًا قَلِيلًا. And if we have not kept you steadfast, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you would have leaned upon them a little bit. You would have accepted their compromises. وَحَاشَ لِرَسُولِ اللَّهِ صَلَى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم to accept their compromises. But this is the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If it was not for Allah that kept you steadfast, you would have accepted these compromises. You would have leaned upon them a little bit. لأنه you were weak, you were in need, and you needed support. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala responds, if you had done so, if you have compromised, and this is to the messenger, imagine to us, understanding what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His speech towards the messenger, how about we take it to us? If you, O Muhammad, had compromised, we would have given you double the punishment in this life, and double the punishment in the hereafter, and you would have never found someone to support you other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. No one will support you. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only supporter. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only one that provides victory. And you can never, ever find victory as long as you are seeking compromise. And the second to last story is the story of Khalid ibn al-Walid. Khalid ibn al-Walid, when he wrote a letter to the king of Persia, imagine Persia, one of the greatest empires at that time, the strongest, the most intellectual. It has withstood for hundreds of years in the area. It has control over all of the area and what surrounds it. Great king, great ruler, great authority, great power. Khalid ibn Walid, he sends a messenger to the king of Persia. What does he tell him? He tells him, Salamun ala man ittabi'a al-huda. That peace be upon those who accept the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Imma al-Islam, wa imma al-Jizya, wa imma al-Harb. Whatever you may be, you may think that you are a powerful ruler, the ruler of Persia, and you have authority and power and capabilities. You have three options in front of you. Or what? Khalid ibn Walid responds, if you do not take these three options, Wallahi, la atika birijalin yuhibbuna al-mawta kama tuhibbuna antum al-hayah. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, that if you do not respond, you do not accept the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or do you not wish to live under the rules of Allah and pay jizya, I will bring you men that love death just as much you love life, just as much as you love life. Because he understood what? He had yaqeen in the akhirah. He had yaqeen in the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the Qur'an, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالَّذِينَ قُتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَلَنْ يُضِلَّ أَعْمَالَهُمْ سيهديهم ويصلح بالهم ويدخلهم الجنة عرفها لهم. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not let the actions and the good deeds of those who become martyred go away, go for loss, go for nothing. They will not die in vain, essentially. All the actions, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reward them. And He will enter them into Jannah, paradise. Guaranteed, those who die in the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And He will increase the reward. He understood this. He believed in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He understood victory and power comes from Him. And honor only comes through, and dignity only comes through Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he believed in His words when He said those who are martyred are promised Jannah. And he believed in the message of Islam and his responsibility upon all of humanity to carry this message. So he had no fear, no matter who he is talking to, no matter if it's the king of Persia or the king of Rome or the people of Quraysh or even his family members. He does not care. It does not faze him. He understands Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the all-powerful. And finally, I kept this one to the last because it is one of the strongest and one of my favorite stories to understand what stances the Sahaba took, principled stances that they did not compromise on. Towards the end of Quraysh's hope in trying to dissuade Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam from his message, they send who? They send Urwa ibn Mas'ud. He was famous in Quraysh. He was famous in Al-Ta'if. He's originally from Al-Ta'if. He is well known from the righteous people and the great people of the Arab, right? So they send Urwa ibn Mas'ud ila Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And imagine Rasulullah is sitting and he is surrounded by his companions. And Urwa ibn Mas'ud enters and he says what? He starts belittling Rasulullah and the companions. You are nothing. Oh Muhammad, you, the weakest people from Quraysh, from the Arab, have accepted Islam. The people that have no power, no authority, no strength. And he is humiliating them and he is belittling them right in front of them. Who is standing behind Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam this whole time? Standing behind him is a man. He has his face covered. Everything is covered. Nobody knows who he is. Or the Sahaba know, but Urwa ibn Mas'ud doesn't know who he is. So Urwa ibn Mas'ud gets very angry with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he comes up and he grabs Rasulullah by his beard and he pulls him towards him. Imagine. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq sitting on his right, Umar ibn al-Khattab sitting on his left, Az-Zubayr al-Awwam, Abdurrahman bin Auf, Ali bin Abi Talib, All of the Sahaba sitting around him, and this man, this kafir, this impure man comes and grabs the beard of Rasulullah and grabs it and brings it closer to him. Who is standing behind him? Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah. And he pulls out his sword and he hits with the bottom of his blade the hand of Urwa ibn Mas'ud. Once, twice, 3 times, until Urwa ibn Mas'ud becomes painful. And he says, وَيْحَكْ مَا أَغْلَظَكَ. Woe to you, you are so harsh. Who are you? This is what Urwa ibn Mas'ud is telling this companion of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وَيْحَكْ مَا أَغْلَظَكَ. You are so harsh. And he asked Muhammad, who are these people that are so harsh against us? Who are these people that became and all they did was say one statement and they believed in you and they believed in this creed, and now they have become enemies to everybody and they're willing to do anything to protect you. And they didn't even know you, and now they're willing to lay their lives down for you. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam smiles and he tells Urwa ibn Mas'ud, you don't know who that is? He says, that's your nephew, Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah. Your nephew is the one that is being harsh towards you. Why? Because when you adopt the aqidah of Islam, there's no such thing called a blood relationship. The relationship that we build with the aqidah is stronger than any relationship that we could have. It is stronger than any bond. Even his uncle. And Urwa ibn Mas'ud responds and he says, oh Mughirah ibn Shu'bah, did we not take care of you back in the day? And what was Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah? What's his history? Qatta' turuq. He was a robber. He would stop caravans when they would come and they would steal them. And he says, did we not cover up for you? Did we not protect you all these years? Did we not raise you? And now because you proclaimed one word and this man came with one message, you are harsh towards us? And Al-Mughirah ibn Shu'bah, he says, you grab his beard one more time and I will cut off your arm. No hesitation. Don't think I won't. All this harshness, all this power, all this authority, just because you proclaimed in this message and you believed in this man? Yes. Because when you truly understand and you have yaqeen, and you have true yaqeen that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists, and that the hereafter exists, and that Sayyidina Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, this builds in you the spirit of responsibility to carry this message. Nobody that adopts this aqidah does not have and does not carry the spirit of responsibility. I have a responsibility in front of everyone, in front of myself, in front of Allah. My family, I have a responsibility in front of them, in front of Allah. I have a responsibility towards the ummah, and I have a responsibility towards all of humanity. Every single human being alive, I have a responsibility towards them. I carry this responsibility on my shoulders because I have yaqeen in the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I have yaqeen that someday we will all die and we're going to be asked about every single thing that we did. Now all these stories that were mentioned, what is the thing that ties them all together? It is nothing. It's nothing but the aqidah of Islam. It is nothing but the creed that they adopted, the inherent belief that they adopted. It is not because they were scholars and they knew so much. It's not because they had great characters. It's not because they had come from a great lineage and they were people of power and authority. It's because they believed. And this aqidah is what builds what? What builds a true Islamic character and personality that could take these principled stances. If you take a non-principled stance, know that it will fail. Know that someday you're going to compromise on it. I mean, when it's principled stance, when it's grounded in my aqidah and in my belief, I can never let it go. I will never compromise on it. The problem is nowadays, the way that we were taught the aqidah. How are people taught the aqidah nowadays? If you are a student of knowledge and you want to go and learn, they'll open these books and they'll start repeating توحيد الألوهية وتوحيد الربوبية وتوحيد الأسماء والصفات تعريف العبادة وتعريف التوحيد كيف ترد على فلان الفلاني, and how do you respond to these other sects. This is what tawheed is to them. This is what tawheed. Open the book and memorize the definitions and understand every category of tawheed in every branch and repeat it, and now you are a scholar in tawheed. Now you truly believe. Now you understand the aqidah of Islam. This is not how Rasulullah ﷺ built the aqidah within the Sahaba and the companions themselves. And this is not those who came after understood this. Because if this was their only understanding of it, just empty words and definitions and phrases, and how to respond to other people from other creeds and other backgrounds, then they would not have been able to take these stances that they took. He taught them that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not only the divine Lord, that not only He created us, but victory only comes on the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What does that mean in reality? How do I implement that? That the only one who provides victory is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not by my strength, it's not by my power, nothing. It's only through Allah. The rizq is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm not afraid of my provisions. I'm not afraid of my wealth or my job or my family. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one that provides that. And if He wishes He will take our souls, and if He wishes, He will keep them. If He wishes, He will give us provisions, and if He wishes, He will take them away from us. When I walk through this life understanding these things, this is what having a true understanding of the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a true understanding of the aqidah of Islam. When I walk in life, nothing scares me, because I know that everything that will happen to me, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has willed it and has written it. Nobody fears it. I'm not afraid of anybody. I only fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's it. And number two, having the correct vision. If I truly understand these things, and I truly understand the attributes of Allah and what He has promised me and what my role in this world is, I have to have the correct vision as well. I have to have the vision of seeking the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in every single one of my actions. If that does not exist, I cannot take these stances. If that does not exist, I cannot be a principled man. If I do things for the sake of other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even if it may be my job, even if it may be things that I'm obligated to do, if it's for the sake of anybody except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in any aspect of my life, I am not going to be a principled man. I will end up compromising. I will not have the power and the steadfastness and the courageous to take these stances that the Sahaba took, and that the scholars took. And what is the result? What is the result of building this aqidah within us? Having yaqeen, true yaqeen, true conviction in these things that we mentioned. It produces men, Islamic personalities, Islamic characters of honor and of dignity and of courageousness. And these are the men, the only men that will carry the message of Islam. من المؤمنين رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله عليه فمنهم من قضى نحبه ومنهم من ينتظر وما بدلوا تبديلا. Men that kept a promise in their covenant with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and some of them have died on this path, and some of them continue and await their day. And they have never changed. They have never gone astray from this path that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has drawn. Now, what are the stances that we need to be taking today? What is a principled stance that we need to be taking today? Alhamdulillah, by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Asad regime, the treacherous, oppressive, tyrant Asad regime no longer exists and has been dismantled and has been destroyed on the hands of the true, sincere mujahideen that have conviction in the message of Allah, and have conviction in His messenger, and have conviction in His books and His angels in the day of judgment. Upon their hands this regime was removed. But what does it mean to take a principled stance today? That we reject any secular, civil, democratic state within Syria, within the land of Islam. We reject all of these things, and we will never compromise upon it. We believe and we have conviction that the only justice and the only righteousness and the only true victory will come when we implement the legislation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we will take no compromise upon this. No compromise. Even if the Muslims themselves have a hardship in facing this reality, we will continue to carry this message. And we will continue to repeat ourselves. And we will continue to call for what is most good, the only good, which is the legislation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is what it means to take a principled stance today. We don't compromise. We don't look for the easy way out. We only call for what pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, regardless of whether it is realistic or not realistic, regardless of whether the results are tangible within my hands that I could see or I cannot see. Regardless, I believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful over everything, and His decision is above all others' decisions. Number two, when it comes to Gaza, principled stance to the people of Gaza. A principled stance is to claim that truly the Ummah has let down the people of Gaza. Truly we have let every single one of them down. Truly we need to turn towards the true obligation to continue to expose those who are the true barriers and blockades in front of victory. The regimes that exist around the Muslim world today. We have to take the stance, even if it leads to our imprisonment, even if it leads to torture, even if it leads to every single person rejecting and staying away from it. Don't forget the hadith of Rasulullah ﷺ where he says that the day of judgment will not come until what? تأتي سنين أيام خداعات, or سنين خداعات. There will come years where their trickery exists. يكذب فيها الصادق ويصدق فيها الكاذب. Where the truthful one is going to be called a liar and he will not be believed, and the liar that is a disbeliever that does not believe or that is lying will be believed. ويؤمن فيها الخائن ويخون فيها الأمين. Where the person who is truly noble will be called a traitor, will not be given, will be called a traitor. The people who are noble, they have true righteousness, will be called traitors. And those who are traitors will be called noble and they will be followed. This is the days that we live in today. So to take a principled stance is also to have patience. Is also to have patience in this day and time, that when I take these stances, I expect there to be rejection. I expect people to what? Expect there to be pushback upon the words that I say. But I continue upon this path. And finally, I know I've taken long and I've gone over time, but I want to mention a portion. I will read it in Arabic and in English. A portion of the letter that Qutuz sent to the leader of the Mongols, so we understand the stance that he took. So we understand what it truly meant for him to take this principled stance, what it meant for him to be Muslim, what it meant for him to have conviction. Because nowadays we send letters to who? We send letters to the United Nations and our representatives and the UN and the International Court of Justice and whoever it may be, and we are begging. The Muslim begs to these people. The Muslim gets down on his knees and he begs, please stop the killing. Please let a little bit of food and water come in. Please open the borders. This is a Muslim that begs and pleads, and this is the letters that we send. Please look at the representatives and call their hotline and tell them, please take a stand in Congress. Let's see what Qutuz told the leader of the Mongols when he occupied the majority of the Islamic empire at that time. And the Mongols were known to be furious and barbaric. Nothing in front of them they fear. They kill everything that's alive. Man, woman, child, animal, whatever it may be. They go through a city and they wipe it out. Killed over 1 million people in Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasi Empire at that time. Fearless empire, very strong. What did Qutuz say? First, I'll read it in English. And then I will read the whole thing in Arabic, so that we understand and we feel the weight of the words that a true leader of the Muslim army, the leader of the Muslims, has mentioned in front of an emperor. He says, the most amazing of wonders is threatening lions with tarut, and threatening beasts with hyenas. Our horses are lightning, and our arrows are from Yemen, and our swords are from Mudar, and their shoulders are sharp-edged. They are described in the east and in the west. Our knights are like lions when mounted, and our horses are pursuers when sought. Our swords are cutting when they strike, and our lions are crushing when they descend. Our skins are our armor, and our breasts are our chest plates. No one can break our hearts, and our gathering is not frightened by threats. By the power of the Almighty, the praiseworthy and the kind, we are not terrified by fear, nor disturbed by alarm. If we disobey you, O Mongols, that is obedience. And if we kill you, that is an excellent commodity. And if we are killed, then between us and paradise is 1 hour. You said, this is what the Mongols claimed in their letter. The Mongols said, our hearts are like mountains, and our numbers are like the grains of sand. So what does Qutuz reply? So fate is not terrified by the abundance of sheep, and the abundance of firewood is sufficient for it with a little fire. So is it our flight from death and our settlement on humiliation? Will we run away from fight, run away from the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for us to be resurrected upon humiliation? How evil is their judgment, fleeing from the baseness from the death. The onslaught of death is our ultimate wish. And now I will read it in Arabic so we understand. Understand the stance that he took. Try to think about what was mentioned and think about how he said it. He says, وَمِنْ أَعْجَبِ الْعَجَبِ تَهْدِيدِ اللُّيُوثِ بِالرُّتُوتِ وَالسِّبَاعِ بِالضِّبَاعِ وَالْكُمَاتِ بِالْكِرَاعِ خيولنا مصرية وسهامنا يمانية وسيوفنا مضرية أكتافها شديدة المضارب ووصفها في المشارق والمغارب فرساننا ليوث إذا ركبت وأفراسنا لواحق إذا طلبت سيوفنا قواطع إذا ضربت وليوثنا سواحق إذا نزلت صدورنا وجلودنا دروعنا لا يصدع قلبنا شديد وجمعنا لا يراع بتهديد بقوة العزيز الحميد إن عصيناكم فتلك طاعة وإن قتلناكم فنعم البضاعة وإن قتلنا فبيننا وبين الجنة ساعة فإن قتلنا فبيننا وبين الجنة ساعة قلتم أيها المغول قلتم قلوبنا كالجبال وعددنا كالرمال فالقضاء لا يهونه كثرة الغنم وكثرة الحطب يكفيه قليل اللهب أفيكون من الموت فرارنا وعلى الذل قرارنا ألا ساء ما يحكمون الفرار من الدنايا لا من المنايا فهجوم المنية عندنا غاية الأمنية إن عشنا فسعيدا وإن متنا فشهيدا ألا إن حزب الله هم الغالبون أبعد أمير المؤمنين وخليفة رسول رب العالمين تطلبون منا الطاعة لا سمعا لكم ولا طاعة أتطلبون أن نسلم إليكم أمرنا قبل أن ينكشف الغطاء ويدخل علينا منكم الخطاء هذا الكلام في نظمه تركيك وفي سلكه تسليك ولو نزل القضاء وانكشف الغطاء لبان من أخطأ أكفر بعد الإيمان ونقد بعد التبيان قولوا لكاتبكم الذي وصف مقالته وفخم رسالته Tell the one who wrote this letter for you and made it magnificent ما قصرت بما قصدت وأوجزت وبالغت This letter that you sent from us, you truly made magnificent and you put a lot of thought into it. فما والله رسالتكم عندنا إلا كصرير باب أو كطنين ذباب. By Allah, the letter that you have sent to us is like the creaking of the door or the buzzing of a little fly. That is your letter towards us. كصرير باب أو كطنين ذباب. وقد علمنا إعلان بلاغتك وإظهار فصاحتك. وإنك كما قال القائل حفظت شيئا وغابت عنك أشياء فإني قد وضعت القلم وحملت السيف فسيعلم الذين كفروا أي منقلب ينقلبون وجزاكم الله خير والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallah khair. Inshallah, Allah grant all of us the strength to stand up to the evils to the pharaohs today. I mean, so, but the Sadiq, as you can see, we have a lot of good questions, and you did go over time, but nobody here is minding it. Just want you to know that.
I apologize.
No. So inshallah, we're gonna try to see. We're gonna ask you some questions, and then whatever we don't get through, we're gonna take a break for us. But whatever we don't get through, we hope that you stay at the end. We're gonna have a panel, and we're gonna open the floor to everybody again. And then whatever questions you weren't asked, you'll be asked then, inshallah. But for now, let's begin with the first question we have. Why take a stand when there is a risk of getting hurt, like the stories you mentioned? These people were more greater than us, and we will never be like the prophets. The lesser of your mind is to stay quiet but still hate something bad in the heart. I can still go to Jannah.
Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, I can give you the question.
Which one is it?
First one, yeah.
The lesser of your mind is to stay quiet but still hate something bad in the heart. I can still go to Jannah. Well, first of all, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam says in a hadith, إِنَّ اللَّهَ إِذَا أَحَبَّ عَبْدًا ابْتَلَاهُ. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if He truly loves a servant and a slave, He puts him through trials and tribulations, number one. And another hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, that the most people that went through trials and tribulations and hardships are the prophets and the messengers. And then the companions and the believers and and the scholars, afwan. The prophets and the messengers and the scholars, and then those who come after and those who come after. The idea of me, the question, it shouldn't be asked is why would I do these things when harm could come? I need to understand that by believing in the Aqidah of Islam, I am not afraid of hardship and I need to expect hardship. I cannot live in this whole entire life in this dunya and go through it until I die and not expect hardship, not expect torment, not expect to go through obstacles and to suffer. Everybody suffers on a different level. Not everybody suffered in the prisons that the people of Syria suffered in. Not everybody has been bombed and lived in the environment that the people of Gaza have lived in for the past year and a half and prior to that. Not everybody goes through the same trials and tribulations. But I can't have it as a mindset in my head that I'm going to do the things that are going to keep me away from what? Keep me away from the hardships and keep me away from these things. No, the question should be, how can I support and take these stances regardless if there's going to be hardships? Like we said, Sayyidina Bilal radiallahu anhu, he expected there to be torture and hardships when he took this stance. But his conviction in the hereafter and what is to come, it made him forget about all the pain and the harm that he was conflicted with and inflicted with, and it made him only think about the reward. And in regarding to, I can still hate something in my heart and I will still go to Jannah. Going to Jannah, this is in the ilm of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If the Prophet ﷺ himself did not know what his end would be. Sayyidina Umar ibn Khattab, Amir al-Mu'mineen, on his deathbed, and he's afraid that he might die a hypocrite. So we cannot say that I'll just reject something in my heart and I will go to Jannah. This is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What I do have control over is every single decision that I make in my life. If I make this decision for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not break His promise, He will reward me for it. So strive to be in these situations and take these stances and ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep you steadfast and supported, but do not fear. Do not fear your wealth. Don't fear your health. Don't fear any of these things. Even being hit by one needle But to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is something that removes your sins. So don't be afraid of hardship. And ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep you steadfast and support you. Relax, this is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if He puts you through trials and hardships, that means He loves you and He knows that you could withstand this.
Jazakallah khair. So we're going to move on with the second question here. It's can you mention some examples from the lives of the four Imams on their principled stances in the face of political pressure?
Now, Al-Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal. By the way, even Imam Shafi'i, Imam Malik, they're all imprisoned as well. But I'll mention the story of Imam Ahmad. This is at the time where the Khalifa, not just him and his brother that came after, they adopted the ideology or the school of thought of who? Of the Mu'tazila, Al-Mutakallimin, the people who said that the Qur'an was created and so on and so forth. So Ahmad ibn Hanbal, an imam at that time, a scholar at that time, he stood against this and he called to what he knew was correct and what he believed was correct. And he didn't care whether that was going to afflict harm or not. And the Khalifa would send him messengers and he would tell them that you cannot abide by whatever you believe in. This is what we have adopted in the state and this is what you need to follow. And he refused. He refused to accept this. And under political pressure, they even wanted to assign him as who? As the judge of judges. In Islam, in the ruling system in Islam, there's something called Qadi al-Qada. Qadi al-Quda, afwan. Qadi al-Quda, the judge of the state, the judge of all judges. And he refused to take that position. Why? And he said, I don't want to get close to the sultan. I don't want to get close to the ruler. I know that will put me in a position of weakness. And Rasulullah, he told us to stay away from being in positions close to rulership. So he stayed away from that position. As a result of that, he was put in prison for a long period of his life. And he was tortured until he died. Shaykh al-Islam, I know it's not from the four Imams, but Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, same exact thing, the same people that were in rulership, and he called against what they adopted and what they believed in, knowing that it is incorrect and it is not from Islam. And he spent most of his life, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, most of his life in prison. The majority of the books that he wrote, it's narrated that almost up to 40 books that he wrote while he was in prison, and he died in prison. And when he was going to advise the ruler at that time, it was him and a group of the scholars. Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah and a group of the scholars go to advise the ruler, as Rasulullah ﷺ ordered at that time. Once they got in front of the ruler, the scholars that are with him, they held up their clothes and they held it up above their head. They covered themselves with their clothes. And they said, because we were afraid at that moment that they would order the head of Ibn Taymiyyah to be cut off and his blood would splatter all over us. These the scholars coming to advise the ruler on what he did wrong. They had a feeling and they had an understanding that going here, our heads might be cut off. But they still took that stance, knowing that it is correct. Al-amru ba'nuf wa nahy al-munkar. This is part of Islam. This is one of the greatest obligations that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has entrusted us with. You have to call for what is good. You have to stop what is forbidden. You have to call for righteousness. You have to call for Islam, and you have to take these situations. And if you don't, then billah, you may be punished in hellfire for not taking the situations that you could have taken and should have taken in this dunya. So there's many examples of the scholars, but that's just two examples. Imam Ahmad and Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah.
Jazakallah khair. I think we have time for maybe one or two more. So this one is a bit of a longer question, but I'll try to get to it. Not to equate his situation with what is going on today, but for us to get a better idea of acceptable approachment or reapproachment with enemies of the Ummah. I have an example. When Salahuddin was liberating the Al-Quds, he accepted treaties which ceded land to the disbelievers, with the idea that this was a temporary measure. What are your thoughts on this? Could this be considered compromise in your view?
Wallahi, this is the first time I hear of the details of that you gave in the question. So I'm not going to make a comment or an answer on the question, and I don't have knowledge on this exact situation and what Salahuddin did in this situation. That he ceded land for temporary measures, so on and so forth. So I fortunately don't have an answer to this question. I don't have knowledge on the situation.
Could you have, do you have knowledge, maybe something else that relates to this situation where maybe sometimes some leader in the Ummah gave away some land just for a temporary measure?
Wallahi, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Okay, it's not a problem. So we can keep on going to the next question. So this one is, are not the actions we must take understood by science of fiqh rather than aqidah?
It is, of course, the science of fiqh, usul al-fiqh, is the one that dissects and tells you what is halal and what is haram, what is obligation, what is fard, what is mandub, what is mubah and makruh and haram, and outlines the list of priorities for you and the obligations that they need you to do. Halal or haram, right and wrong, legal and illegal. But that's not what drives me to take the actions. What drives me to take the actions? الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. Those who believe and do the righteous actions. Those who believe and follow the commandments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So true is the science of usul al-fiqh, dissecting the Islamic evidences, whether from the Qur'an or Sunnah or Ijma' al-Sahaba or Qiyas, is the one that what gives us these outlines of what we need to do, what actions we do and what actions we don't do. But what is it truly that makes me take this action or stay away from this action? It's my belief that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is watching. It's my belief that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to hold me accountable on every single one of my actions. It's the belief that a hereafter exists in heaven and hell, Jannah and Jahannam exist, and I'm going to either be put in Jannah, inshallah, by the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because I followed His commandments, or in Jahannam because I disobeyed Him. It is my inherent belief, is what causes me to do these actions or not. And when actions get tough, what is the thing that drives me to take an action if it's tough? If it goes against what? My whims and desires and what's easy for me. If it goes against my whims and desires, what is the one that pushes me towards it? Rasulullah he says in the hadith when Jibreel came to the Sahaba and he says, Jibreel has come to teach you your deen. And he came to the last category of Iman and he said, Al-Ihsan. ما هو الإحسان؟ أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم تكن تراه فهو يراك. Al-Ihsan is to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as if you see Him. And you cannot see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but He can see you. This is the true level of worship. This is the highest level of Iman and tazkiyah that a human being could reach, a Muslim could reach. To understand that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is watching me in every second. Does this come from reading it in a book from usul al-fiqh, or the shaykh or the mufti came and told me Allah is watching you and now I believe it? No, it's free from understanding, having a rational understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and having conviction in His attributes. I understand that He watches me every second. So it's not the laws. The laws define what we do and not do, but it's the aqeedah. Our belief and our conviction is the one that pushes us to accept this and take on this action or stay away from this action.
Okay, Jazakallah. Jazakallah khair, Brother Sadiq. I mean, inshallah, we can take a lot away from that. Due to time restriction, inshallah, we will begin our second speaker after Asr, so we have a 15-minute break, inshallah. It will be Muhammad Shirazi. Up until then, if you want to make wudu, you can make wudu downstairs. Sisters have your own arrangements, but for brothers upstairs, we have snacks in the back. And inshallah, we will continue on after Asr, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
ah
Alhamdulillah, we're back. And before we begin with Sheikh Shirazi, like I said, we have a lot of questions that we get, and inshallah, all of them, inshallah, we'll get through them as they're coming in. So there's a brother that asked a question, you are not being ignored. And like I said, there's no bad question. We will ask that at the end. We will have a question and answer panel, inshallah. So please, do not take it as a personal affront if your question doesn't get answered. Jazakallah khair. With that, inshallah, we'll begin with our second speaker for the day. Muhammad Shirazi. He is the director and founder of Islamic OASIS, a non-profit organization dedicated to building pathways to knowledge and empowerment for Muslims across the world. He holds a master's in disaster management and political science from Northern Illinois University. He studied the Islamic sciences with scholars in Palestine, Syria, and Bangladesh. He will inform us of the current world affairs and foreign policies, inshallah. Shaykh, whenever you're ready.
Do you need this mic or no? I need this mic or no?
Oh, you have?
Oh, this is good? Okay. All right. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهدي الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن سيدنا محمدا عبده ورسوله. Dear brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. All the young guys, can you come up here? Because I'm going to ask all those young guys in the back. Yeah, take out that thing that you're wearing. I don't know. It's like 90 degrees here. The guy can't imagine that it's actually, not hot. I know the young people today lost their minds. So go ahead. So after my questions, I'm going to ask you questions. You didn't come here to sit around. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So, and where's the other one? Hiding. Yeah. This is an amazing thing that today's youth, they hide from responsibility. First 10 questions I'm going to ask after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After that, and then the adults can ask questions. How about that? So if I see anybody not listen to what I have to say, you will see what happens in classrooms. I should put that for our kids downstairs too. All the girls listening downstairs. Okay, so the question or the topic that I have to discuss today, it's a very important topic, brothers and sisters, and that is lessons from the past, and also regarding a lot the foreign policies, the political events that are taking place in the Muslim lands in general, and what are we learning as we go through the landscape of the Muslim region as we talk. There is so much happening in so many different parts of the Muslim lands. You have Afghanistan and Pakistan situation heated up to the point of almost fighting has started. Then you have the situation in Syria that I will discuss. Then you have the situation of Gaza. You have all of Sahel from Niger to all the way up to Morocco that is burning. A lot is happening in that area that Muslims tend to ignore, which cannot be ignored. Obviously, the kuffar are not ignoring that area. They are there and they are doing whatever it takes to make sure that that area remains a colonial setup for as long as they can. You have the French there, you have the Americans there, you have the British there, you have the Italians there. They are doing a lot in that area. So that's another thing that you need to keep in mind. And of course, the issues that are taking place in Bangladesh, you cannot escape. Bangladesh is also going through a lot of upheavals, even after the revolution, after the removal of Hasina. There's a lot going on in that area if you are following that area. If not, you need to make sure that you do follow that area, because this whole area it's hot. And of course, lastly, Egypt. We are hearing constantly from the Pharaoh of Egypt. He keeps telling people, I don't have any, my hands are clear, I don't have any blood on my hands, I didn't take anybody's money, while he's sitting in a palace after 1,000 or 10,000 people are nowhere to be found in some prisons. And if you thought Sadnaya was hell, you can imagine the jails of Egypt, where people are sent to actually get killed. In at least Syria, you sent people to get tortured, where people would ask for that, you wouldn't get it. In Egypt, you just go there to die. And of course, a lot of the Western powers that stand for human rights were sending people there on a daily basis, what we call black sites, literally being sent there to be tortured or killed or harassed, or the whole process of interrogation, as they call it. So there is a lot going on, and this ummah is busy trying to fight on all ends, trying to somehow, one way or the other, get out of this colonial setup, the infrastructure that has been created around us. So there are 4 things that I'm going to talk about throughout this time, and then I'll end with the same 4 that I'm mentioning in the beginning. Because after all, we are talking about lessons. So number 1, what we need to keep in mind, and the lessons that we have to learn from what has happened throughout the Arab Spring, what is happening in Syria now, what had happened in Bangladesh and Afghanistan, and in some ways Pakistan. Pakistan goes through some different changes every 2 years. They just don't call it revolution, right? It's a whole different ballgame there, and we'll talk about that. But number 1 of the lessons that we have to learn is that don't stop at change of face. Rather, we have to make sure that we change the system, nizam itself. This is one of the lessons, inshallah, and I'll give you examples of this, that again, we cannot accept just a change of face. Rather, real change means change of the system itself. The nizam has to be changed. And this is one of the things that we saw in Syria and Egypt and everywhere else. Al-Shab yurid asqat al-nizam. They did not say Bashar al-Assad or Mubarak or this or that. They were saying nizam itself has to be destroyed, removed, completely overtaken, destroyed. So we're going to learn from that, and because there's a lot of questions come up when we talk about this. How, why, when, is this from the Salaf, did the ulama do this, and much more. Number 2, the one who is seeking legitimacy from the international system is a traitor. Let me repeat that. The one who is seeking legitimacy from the international system is a traitor. This will never work. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Afghanistan or Pakistan or Syria or whoever. Anyone who's actually seeking legitimacy from the international order, we have to get accepted. How are we going to work with them? How are we going to get, they will never accept us. All of this nonsense that is being discussed. Know that these people who are talking like that have been talking like this for 150 years and seeking legitimacy for 150 years, and they don't get a penny through them. So number 2, we'll go through that. Number 3, radical change is real change. Radical change is real change. We are not talking about gradualism. This is another nonsense that we hear from a lot of people, right? Oh, we have to take step by step, one inch here and 1 inch there, 1 foot in hellfire, 1 foot in Jannah. Inshallah, we'll make it to Jannah somehow with 1 foot in Jannah and 1 foot in Jahannam. This is basically what we're saying, right? So we'll discuss what that actually means, gradualism. And we have to understand that this gradualism is a trick to keep you constantly begging and enslaved. Number 5. Or number 5, or let's say, or number 4, sorry. Using Islamic slogans to betray the pure blood of the Muslims at the end. Using pure Muslim blood, using Islamic slogans, like we have seen in Syria, we saw many times in Egypt, we're seeing in Palestine, we're seeing in Pakistan, we're seeing in Afghanistan. All of that, the idea of the blood of the shuhada, this is jihad, this is this, this is this, this is this. They have no problem using the blood of the Muslims, the wealth of the Muslims, the sincerity of the Muslims, the bodies of the Muslims. And at the end, when it comes down to what has to happen after all of that sacrifice, for instance, in Syria, over 1 million people gave their lives for complete independence and freedom from the treacherous international order. At the end, that is what those people who are claiming to be in running the show are claiming, that for now we need to accept this. If this was the case, why would you if Islam was not on the map, but you used Islam to take the money of the people, you used Islam to gain their sincerity and their loyalty, you used Islam to sacrifice them, not 1, 200,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, but 1 million if not more, and then you betrayed them. And so we need to keep this in mind, that when we are talking about what change is, because it seems like many of the brothers, even those revolutionaries, those who are seeking change, at the end of the day, they almost always get fooled. They were fooled in Bosnia, they were fooled in Afghanistan, they were fooled in Syria, they were fooled in Iraq, Iran, wherever you go, fooled. And if they fooled us with Islamic slogans, and at the end, we are seeing how the international order uses us. Actually, it's a complete same playbook over and over and over. It's like copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. It just happens to generation after generation after generation, because we don't ever learn from them, and this is why we're calling it lessons. So let's go back a little bit. Let me give you an example. First of all, as I said, we were talking about, just keep Afghanistan in mind, and Bangladesh and Syria and the Arab Spring in mind when we're talking about, because I didn't want to go history, meaning let's go back 1100 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago. No, I want to, in the last 25 years, last 20 years, what has happened, and are we learning lessons from the last 10, 20 years, whether, forget about last 1500 years, 1400 years. In the last 10, 20 years, what has happened to us? So for instance, example here, this issue that some people, we see them bringing up in Syria for now, that whenever we're talking about implementation of full Islam, they will give us examples like, for now, let's represent ourselves as a moderate force. We are moderate force. We're not going to be Islamic, and we're not going to be completely kuffar. We're not going to say we are completely capitalist, we're completely Islamic. We're going to say we are moderate. We're right in the middle. This is the way they're presenting themselves as. And you see this because all these dignitaries and all these politicians are coming from across the world. Right away, they want to make sure that the scene in Syria does not turn Islamic again. They want to make sure of this. So they're coming, and you find people who never were ideological from day one. When we meet them, when they're meeting them, these dignitaries and politicians, they're telling them, yes, what you want is going to happen in Syria. Don't worry about it. It's going to be dollar hegemony. Dollar is going to be the one that's powerful. It's going to be, we will going to implement riba-based system. Don't worry about that. We are going to have women rights, which means women don't have to wear hijab. You have to understand what these things mean. When they talk about these issues, there's a lot of underlining. Okay, we are going to accept international order. That means we're not going to harm Israel. Right? We are going to accept nation state. When you say international order, means we're going to accept nation state, hardcore. This is exactly what Syria is. We're not going to think about Jordan. We're not going to think about what's happening in Gaza and Palestine in general. We're not going to think about anywhere else. We are going to think about just Syria, and Syria is for Syrians. I don't know if you saw this morning the statement from this so-called Golani, Sabku Gol Banara, in Urdu we say. He's making everybody go in circle, but he actually gave a statement today that Syria is for Syrians. That's supposed to be Islamic? Syria was never for Syrians. It was never for Syrians. Syria is a fake state. Just like Palestine, or like Israel is a fake state, Syria is a fake state, Lebanon is a fake state. Jordan was created for the whims and desires of the British. Fake states, they were created 1940, 46, 52, 48. Just created, literally created for the sake of how they want to play this game, from between the French, between the British, between the Americans, between the Italians. And so you have a fake state that has no real history. Now, I ask sometimes the Syrians, I say, the flag that you have today that you're coming up with, is this flag going to now represent the new history of Syria, which means if the kids are going to start studying history of Syria, they're going to start from December 23rd or something like this? That as if this is where the history of Syria began? Or are you actually going to go back to the Sahaba? I don't understand. You praise Khalid ibn Walid. You have a whole masjid of Khalid ibn Walid there. You have a whole masjid al-Amawi. You have the capital of the Islamic State at one time there in Damascus. You have the history of the ulama. You have the Sahaba, Anbiya, ulama, buried in Sham. And you are proud of blessed land because Quran calls it blessed land. The only reason the Muslims actually care for this land is because of the Quran. If the Quran did not call this land blessed land, nobody would care. Nobody would care. And how many people really you see is still trying to figure out what's happening with the Rohingya Muslims as they're being slaughtered? How many times do you actually care about the Muslims in Kashmir, that they're literally being slaughtered? How many times do we really discuss the issue of what's happening with the Uyghur Muslims? But Sham, because Allah gave it importance, the Muslims keep talking about Sham. Darul Islam, the heart of Islam, the castle of Islam. Because Allah Azza wa Jal gave it importance, the Prophet gave it importance. And that importance only came because of Islam. The moment you put aside Islam, there will be no importance. Now, here's the thing. When we talk about this gradualism, think about this for a moment. Pakistan came into existence 75 years ago. Right? Something like this, 1948, 47, let's say, right? The slogan at the time Pakistan was created, it was what? La ilaha illallah. What was the whole slogan? Pakistan ka matlab kya la ilaha illallah, right? What is the meaning of Pakistan? La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. You have thousands of people, millions of people make hijrah to Pakistan from India because they were thinking Pakistan is going to be the Islamic State again. And when they went there, people were fooled saying that, oh, we are going to use gradualism, gradual Islam. We cannot just bring Sharia and right away implement in Sharia in Pakistan. This is not going to work, it's not going to work. And this gradualism has not worked for 75 years in Pakistan. A lesson to be learned. Right? A new state that was given to you. You had the right to implement what you wanted. Right? But you fell again to be so badly wanting to be part of that international order that failed you again and again and again and again. Pakistan owes the supposed international order over $7 trillion that it has not paid back even one penny. This is the situation of Pakistan since its birth. Within the second year of birth of Pakistan, it was already in the hand of IMF. When it comes to Syria, it's only been 2 weeks, IMF is already on the ground. Which means they broke even. They probably will now even break the Pakistan's, what do you call that? Record. So that's a lesson to be learned. 75 years, and where is Pakistan today? So this is another thing, the demands. This is the demands that they say we want for Syria. And this is the same, brother, subhanallah. The Egyptians did the same thing. And you look at what happened to Egypt. Tunis, with Nahda party, did the same thing. Libyans, everywhere, and Afghans. They fell in the same trap. Number one, other than Afghanistan here, they didn't call for a civil state. But what was the call? Oh, Dawla Madaniya. We want civil state. This number one. The number two, nation state. Number three, democracy. Right? The Westphalian model. It has to be. This is exactly the things what they're saying, that's what they're going to do with Syria. What does that mean? And they're going hand over, as they say, like anything they can probably do to show to the world, which means, US and Britain, and which means that, look, we are with you, don't worry, we are with you. We're trying to figure this out. Yes, there are Islamists here. Yes, there are Islamic who want Islam here. But to them, the answer is have patience. Sabr. Inna Allah ma sabirin akhi. Imagine using ayat, Quran, Islamic sloganeering to make the people not want Islam. Imagine using the ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make the people have patience on kufr. How are we going to do this? So, look, Allah is with those who have patience. So why can't just hold on. But when it comes to implementing kufr, from day one, did you ask the people of Syria? Did you ask those millions who sacrificed all the way from Idlib all the way to Damascus, those who actually fought? The people in Syria didn't. Those people in Damascus did not fight. They didn't sacrifice. Those people, all of those areas, majority of the ones who continued with the struggle and actually went on and completed the struggle is from the north. What do those people want? Oh, that doesn't, right now, we want to make sure that, Syria, what does that even Syria mean? Oh, the Almaniya, the secularists, what do they want? Why? Because in reality, what does the international order want? So let me put these things, that's civil state, nation state, democracy, indeed we'll talk about this stuff. And it says, we need to be smart to be able to, I'm giving some of the actual statements that are coming from these areas so you understand that we need to be smart to be able to realize what do these terms actually mean, right? What is the game being played in reality? Should we accept the same international order that allowed what has been happening for the last 150 years? Now, here's the thing, brothers and sisters. When we talk about Bashar al-Assad, any of you know how Bashar al-Assad was actually brought in power? His father was already in power, yes, Hafiz al-Assad, but then Bashar al-Assad was only 37 or 35. It was literally Albright, Madeleine Albright, actually went to the parliament, to actually Syria. She flew there. When he passed away, she flew there, and she actually made sure that the law inside Syria is changed from 40 to 35 so that Bashar al-Assad can come in power. It was the Americans that set up changed the rules inside, changed the law of taking power in order to bring Bashar al-Assad in power. And not only that, if many Syrians might realize this, when he did come in power, in the beginning people were also very, maybe having some hope because this guy studied, in UK and this and that. And even at that time, we have some hope. He's young, he studied in the West, and he's going to come and, hopefully do some different things than what we have expected or seen from his father. The moment he came in, the colonial structures told him, you need to understand how Sham works. If Sham is the heart of Islam, if this area of Sham and the other area, in this area, when it comes to the Middle East, the most two important places are Egypt and Syria. The most important places. Yani Sham and Syria in general. These are the two most important places. Nobody cares about what happens in the Khalij areas. And this has been the case for the last, since the Khilafah came from Imam Muawiyah radiallahu anh when he came to Damascus. From that time on, Islam has always been from this area all the way around, but others were there. Yes, they were there as Muslims, but in reality, these were areas that have always played very, very, very important role in Islamic history. And the brother before me actually talked about even Muhammad Qutuz. Muhammad Qutuz went, he's Turkic man, went to Egypt, and from Egypt, he takes on the Tatars. It was again, even Salah ad-Din, when he took Egypt, and he took Mosul, he took Halab, and then he took Egypt, and then went after the Crusaders. So now, here's a few other things that we need to, the most important thing that is being pushed today, brothers and sisters, is what we call gradualism, right? Everything, let's take it by step. Let's take it step by step. Because, we don't want to overwhelm the people. We don't want to all of a sudden do this and, we just make the people, they might not like it, they might run away, they might do this, they might do that. But the reality, brothers and sisters, is that if you look at the idea of gradualism, what does this actually mean? Gradualism, if you look at historically, do we actually have any dalail? Are there any dalail in the Quran and Sunnah, in the Seerah, anywhere, where the Prophet ﷺ, there is gradualism being used? Now, some may come and give an example of alcohol, right? Some people might come and say, hey, look, when it came to alcohol was not right away made haram. It was done 1 step, 2 step, in 3 steps, finally, and somebody could say that. But the reality of the matter is, brothers and sisters, the moment something was made haram, were the Muslims ever allowed to do the halal, make that halal? The moment something Allah Azza wa Jal made haram, it is haram. No, you can't do that now. Allah made it haram. It's not like somebody, they are used to committing zina, you go and tell them, slowly, stop committing zina. Do you say that to people? Why do people say that to alcohol? Or why do people say to anything else when it comes to any other rulings of Islam? But the reality is that no, Rasul ﷺ, the moment he takes Jaziratul Arab, when he took Yemen, he took Oman, he took, Mosul, when it came to all this Najran, all of this Makkah, Medina, of course, all of these areas, Rasul ﷺ did not say, hold on, look, these people have been ruled by kufr for last 1,000 years. The only thing they know is idol worshipping and worshipping fire and worshipping this and worshipping that. So let's give them 15 to 20 years. Let's give them some time so that they get used to us, how to pray, maybe they'll learn. None of that happened. None of that happened. Islam went and Islam took over and Islam was implemented. And actually, if you think about it, the areas where Islam was directly implemented as a whole till today are some of the strongest areas of Islam. Till today. Arabic language is still the language of the people. In many other areas where we come from, let's say India, Pakistan, Central Asia, all of these places, Islam was there. Yes, there's no question about that. But let's say people took it easy a little bit on the Arabic language. So we were deprived of learning the Arabic language, let's say the way the Egyptians were. Egyptians didn't speak Arabic language, they learned Arabic language as Islam came to them. But now there is no such thing as any other language other than Arabic in Egypt. There's no such thing as other than Arabic in Mecca or Medina or Sham. Maybe Sham, they spoke many other languages other than this. Maybe from Europe, did not matter. Sudan, they spoke Arabic. They could say, but we are Africans. It didn't matter. The moment Islam came and Islam was implemented the way it was supposed to be implemented, you actually saw till today that these areas are important to Islam. So we don't see that from the Prophet ﷺ, where the Rasul ﷺ is saying, let's do this slowly, let's make the people understand what Aqidah is. Not only that, brothers and sisters, if you look at Abu Lahab, the brother was giving some good examples from the Seerah. You know, when the first time the Prophet ﷺ actually offered Islam to Quraysh, he called the Quraysh and he gave them Islam, he talked to them about Islam. One of the people, Abu Lahab, what he said to Rasul ﷺ, he said, look, when it comes to Islam, he said, you're going to get us killed. Because he knew exactly what the Prophet ﷺ is asking. If the Arabs take a stand the way Rasul ﷺ is asking them to take a stand, he's going to get the Arabs killed. And he said, no, only one that stands up with him is Ali radiallahu anhu at the time. This was a rejection from Abu Lahab, was this. Then later on, and that was the answer literally from Bani Hashim. And later tribes even that came, they said, look, we can fight the Arabs, but we can't fight the Persians. Yani again, when it comes to gradualism, the Prophet ﷺ could have very easily said that, look, why don't we take this offer now? It's an amazing offer. This is a huge tribe, well-known, powerful, is giving you the training. The Prophet ﷺ said, no, it doesn't matter. No, it's not going to happen. You don't come into Islam according to your wishes. So these are examples I'm giving you from the Seerah itself, from the Prophet ﷺ itself. The thing, brothers and sisters, that we have to understand is gradualism is actually secularism. And this has to understand, we need to make sure we understand this ideologically. You see, we always get fooled by this, because now what you're going to see in Syria is, hijab is allowed, people will even wear niqab, the beards are allowed, and people will be able to go and study Islam in Damascus, and people will be able to do this, and people, at the same time, of course, you'll get the best wine in Damascus. You'll get the best wine in Damascus, you'll get probably some of the best clubs in Damascus. Lebanese are already known to have some of the best clubs in Mali. So now maybe the Syrians will go and have their clubs open up. If you can have clubs in Damascus, why not open up clubs in where's north? Jordan. You have alcohol clubs. People today, in the time of Christmas, people were actually clubbing in Damascus. Can you imagine? This is the new Syria. I mean, some of the things that these guys are talking about, it's amazing. You have, it's not about the Christmas tree. You see, some people came out and they were talking about, look, in Homs, they burned the Christmas tree down and this and that. Is this what we want? This has nothing to do with this. It was nothing to do with this. It had to do with that who is the boss? Who will be the ones, whose institutions, whose values, whose deen, whose word will actually matter in Syria. This is what they're trying to do from day one. And this is the same thing that when Blinken, when he went across the whole Muslim lands in that area, and then saying that if he gave an example, I don't know if you saw, he gave a 1-hour lecture I think it was in Jordan, and then he said, in the lecture, he says that if Syria wants to be part of the international order, and if you want to be successful, and you don't want to be Afghanistan, you don't want to be put aside, you don't want to be just cancelled, You need to do what we say. We will rebuild Syria. Look what they're saying. We will rebuild Syria. WHO the other day said, oh, we will give all the money necessary to build all of the hospitals of Syria. So many hospitals have been destroyed in Syria. I don't know where the heck you were in the last 13 years. And the amount of hospitals and the clinics and the masajid and schools and madaris that were destroyed. I don't know, maybe you were blind. But all of a sudden, the WHO is in there. Imagine the institutions, what they're saying, that institutions will be run, this will be set up by the UN. The UN, United Nations, the issue is that the United Nations will actually play the part in setting up the new institutions of Syria. This is the background that's happening. They're the ones, it's going to get accepted there, then they will be implemented in Syria. When they're asking till March, the new constitution is being set up. All of this has actually happened in the background that the United Nations is doing. So be very careful when they talk about this. When we say gradualism, again, let me just give you an example. For instance, when you can say, oh, you're allowed to pray, you're allowed to, at the same time, you're allowed to take riba. Right? Gradualism. We're not stopping you from fasting. We're not stopping you. So when you ask the question, okay, but why can't we implement the rule of Allah? We don't want just to pray. We want to pray, but we want to also implement the rule of Allah. Why don't you allow us? Oh, no, that's too far. That's gradualism doesn't allow that. Not only that, brothers and sisters, this is pure secularism. Pure secularism. And you need to understand those nuances. Is that where people are fooled by saying everybody is allowed to practice their religion in secularism, and that can't happen in Islam. So look, the only way, the best way is to implement secularism so that everybody is happy. Why? Because we have to worry about minorities. Well, if that's the case, why didn't you think about the minorities in Hama and Homs when you were bombing them for the last 13 years? Why aren't you thinking about the minorities, the Christians of Gaza that you've been bombing for the last year and a half, killing them to shreds and bombing churches? Who is bombing churches? We are. When does this act, your hypocrisy that maybe we can see, maybe not everybody else can see, where is that hypocrisy? Why is now, it's like what is the ayah? وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ آمِنُوا كَمَا آمَنَ النَّاسُ قَالُوا آمَنَّا وَإِذَا لَقُوا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا قَالُوا آمَنَّا وَإِذَا خَلَوْا إِلَىٰ شَيَاطِينِهِمْ قَالُوا إِنَّ مَعَكُمْ إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُسْتَهْزِئُونَ. Man, it's like the exact ayah happening as we talk. Like you go to the people and you say, look man, we're with you, you can wear the thing in your head and all, no problem. But when it comes to, then they'll go back to the shayateen and say, no, we're actually with you, don't worry. When we shroud the shuhada, I was seeing some of the leadership today in Syria. When they're shuhada, so the shuhada are being buried in the La ilaha illallah Muhammadullah flag, the white flag. They're shrouding them in that white flag because I am sure, that brother who passed away, Allah yarhamu, he died for Tawheed and Allah and Jannah. But when it comes to representing, imagine the betrayal, man. Imagine the betrayal. The brothers who are dying, they're dying to bring Islam. And when the moment, it's like you're trying to get rid of some people so that you can at the end implement the agenda of the West or the East. And all of a sudden Saudi Arabia offers $4 billion. Somebody else is offering so many $1 million. Where have you been for 13 years? Why, the Muslims of Syria, they're not human beings then? When did they turn human beings? The moment the United States or the others accepted them as human beings? So this whole goal of gradualism is to slowly take you actually away from your goals and make you neither a Muslim, neither a kafir. You will be in the middle of nowhere. You have nowhere to go. You will be clueless. You will have no objectives. You will have nothing to achieve other than becoming a good slave of the West. And we have seen that everywhere, over and over and over. Lessons learned. Now, here's the thing, brothers and sisters. They talked about, I'm sure some of you may already know this. When it came to Syria, the Americans and Russians were using the same bases to fly their planes. When they were bombing different parts of Syria, Russia was bombing Syria, Americans were bombing also Syria, certain parts of Syria, and they're still doing it. And so what's happening is the flights would actually land on the same airbase. You ever Did you ever hear where America even accidentally hit the Russian plane, or the Russian plane accidentally hit American plane? But the way it was presented the whole time was as if Russians and the Americans are on the total different ball game. They have different agendas. You know, it's the Russians, it's the Iranians, it's the so-and-so, it's the so-and-so. Imagine till today, till the last day, they were actually using the same air bases. They're talking to each other. They're making sure that their planes don't clash. One lands, so the other lands. They don't land at the same time, so they don't destroy each other's planes. So everybody understood the agenda, what it is. The thing, and there's so many more examples to give, but I'll go to the next point here. The idea of change, instead of gradual change, or instead of radical change, we're talking about radical change. Dear brothers and sisters, there is not one time in history of the world where serious change was gradual. You cannot point to any of them. You look at the socialist change that happened in the communist revolution and the Soviet revolution. There was no such thing as, we will, let's even before that. Do you remember when the Americans went into Iraq, took out Saddam Hussein? What was the first thing that the Americans did? They took out all of the Baathists. Anybody that had any remnants of the Saddam regime that supported, including the army, yes or no? They removed all the generals, they removed the army, they removed the Baathists, they removed the politicians, they killed them, they finished them off. They went even to the part, even scientists that might have supported this regime. They cleaned them all up, which created a mess for them later on, because now they had to organize the army and all that. But they knew very clearly, you cannot have two systems running at the same time. And you cannot do these things. It's not possible. So what did they do? Right away when they went in there, the Americans did that themselves. They went in, this is Paul Bremer at the time, goes in, takes out any of the branches, any signs of people of this old regime, takes out, including Saddam Hussein. Nothing can stay. It has to be completely and pure what America wants or what the West wanted. The same thing if you look at communist regime. Communism came and implemented nothing but communism. They didn't say now we're going to, the moment they tried to implement capitalism, the whole Soviet Union fell apart. And this is what happens ideologically. Anytime ideologically, the moment you fail, you start taking in, you start compromising with ideology. These are the nature of ideologies, is the reasons why ideology fails, is that any moment when you start adopting from something else, which means you as a system, your ideology does not know how to answer that, so then you have to borrow from something else. So when we say gradualism, when we say these kind of things that we have to accept kufr and Islam, what you're saying is we don't have a system in Islam is not complete, it doesn't have all the solutions, so that we have to start adopting from here and there. Lastly, think about this for a second, brothers and sisters. When the Uthmani Khilafah fell, was there anything gradually done by the British? Think about it. The British did not come and say to us Muslims, oh look, this area of the Muslims was ruled by Muslims by 1,000 years, almost 1,300 years, 1,200 years. They were ruled by Islam. They're so used to Islam. So let's slowly bring in capitalism and let's slowly... No. They came in and they killed over 35,000 ulama. Right away, 35,000 ulama are killed. The system is uprooted, women are forced into skirts, ulama are finished, barristers are sent to London to go study right away the law, the British law, whatever, and you have to come back and start implementing. Yes, they just kind of look like us, but they were all completely British, running these things. There was no, to think about what they had done to the politicians, what they had done to the army, completely dismantling, they changed the language, they changed, there's no such thing as Quran and Sunnah anymore, there's no such, none, period. So, because they know it doesn't work, there is no such thing as gradually. Let's teach them Tawheed, let the people to be allowed teaching Tawheed and Al-Wala wal-Bara and all of these things, and at the same time, when they came in, they actually even changed the books of Aqidah when they were teaching, because they realized that if they don't change these books and if they don't actually remove these books from the shelves, the people will continuously fight the British. And one of the reasons why Al-Wala wal-Bara, the Aqidah of Al-Wala wal-Bara was actually removed from the books was because they were worried that until the Muslims continue to study these things, they're going to not accept kufr on them. So these are very, very important things, brothers and sisters, when we think about, this idea of what it actually means by gradual change and the game that is being played upon us by using these terms. Keep something in mind again. As I said, I'll take you to the last point before the point is, because I have 5 minutes, I just want to just one more thing. So keep the infrastructure that I'm talking about in mind. Keeping the nation state, the idea of making sure the nation state stays nation state so that continuous colonial infrastructure is built, intact, kept intact. That's number one. When we talk about gradualism, that actually is secularism. It's just named gradualism. It's to fool you and I. Okay, it's nothing more than that. It's nothing more than secularism. When we talk about civil state is nothing but a secular state. A state, an institution built, organized, structured under the United Nations and put under the international order. So right away you become part of the same thing that has been going on for 150 years. It's just done with a trick. Unfortunately, brothers and sisters, many of the brothers who actually take part in the fighting, and many mujahideen brothers who get into these things and they fight, and they never have an end game in mind. And this is something that we know. There's a very famous book called The 7 Habits of Most Successful People. The second habit is that you always start a project with an end in mind. You have a project, you don't just do things. You don't just do things. You just say, let's start, let's get it done, and let's see what happens after. You actually have to have a plan in mind. You actually have to have, this is what's going to be the end goal. It cannot happen without an end goal. And this is, unfortunately, has been the situation over and over and over and over and over. SubhanAllah, how many times? And again, we see people fall in the same trap again, not understanding that, we are being pulled into another 100 years of slavery in Sham. Just another point. Understand these terminologies. When they say international order, it means that I will accept Israel. Okay? Know this very clearly. When these terminologies, they're loaded. They come with that. They mean a lot of things. So when they say international order, this actually means that I will accept Israel. I will not allow anyone on this land that wants Islam and unite Muslims, because you have to accept nation state as a nation state, because then how can you unite Muslim lands when you accept nation state, right? I will make sure that international law, we are under the international law, what is this? Accept dollar hegemony and accept interest banks. The other thing is just to point out that even the idea of development that has been pushed under us, that let's wait, that we have to develop, then we can fight Israel. Then we can do this. Until then, we cannot fight Israel, we cannot fight so-and-so, we cannot fight so-and-so. Brothers and sisters, there's a very clear example in front of us called Turkey. Turkey right now is building and making technology that Russia is buying from Turkey. Russians are actually buying this from Turkey. It's completely a new system of technology, of weaponry that they are building, the Turks, that it's completely independent from what the Americans are building, which means the capability and the ability is already there. But before, Erdogan at least used to talk about freeing Masjid al-Aqsa and freeing Palestine and freeing Gaza. Today, he doesn't even mention it. So when we talk about allowing development, keep something in mind, that allowing development actually means there are states, there are international order that allows you gives you the means, allows you the means to develop. This is something that you have to understand, like the way they are making sure India develops. India is not just developing. It's not like the Arabs don't have minds. They can't build nuclear weapons. They can't build, they can't have the top technology. companies in the world. They cannot build the best medicine in the world. They cannot have the best institutions to learn in the world. They cannot in general, when you talk about the Arabs or the Muslims in general. No. But why is it that you see certain states, India, what is it in India that they have been able to say, it's going to become the regional power? This is by design, supporting, giving them the technology, allowing them now semiconductors to be built in India, taking iPhone technology, taking it there to be built in India. This all happens by design in order to make sure that their agenda, which is create a regional power in the region that can stand against China. Allow them the banks to flow of funds, allow them loans, allow them certain minds to be able to go over there and do what it takes in order to build India, so that China has somebody to worry about in the region. Development just does not happen in the international order because you want it, unless you are independent. So I'll end it here. There's a few more points, but inshallah I'll come out in the question and answer session. Jazakumullah khairan.
Jazakallah khair. So before we take a break from Maghrib, inshallah, we can maybe get 1 or 2 questions in. But it would seem like when we do come back from Maghrib, we'll take a couple more questions from you. That way we can get some more answers in. So we have one question here from sisters downstairs saying, so you're saying that by Islam we lose our cultures and that our languages are taken for Arabism like the Egyptians?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I have an answer, but I need people need to understand this. If Allah wants you to learn Arabic, you need to learn Arabic. The Quran is in Arabic language. There is no ifs and ands about it. Islam is not an ethnicity, neither is a language, ethnic language of anybody. Whoever learns the Arabic language is Arab. It's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. Has nothing to do with ethnicity. It's not like the Egyptians are Arab because none of that. Yes, they did accept the language for Islam. So Islamic, the language of the governance of Islam is Arabic. So if you're going to know what needs to be done, what is the law, you're going to have to learn the Arabic language. The culture, it's culture of Islam. Any custom, any culture that goes against Islam, we will remove it. It has to be. That's the whole issue of Qur'an, Sunnah, that haram and halal. Haram and halal becomes the culture. Becomes a culture. Doesn't matter if you're from Pakistan. This I'm wearing. I'm wearing this. This is more dominant, this type of clothing, more dominant, let's say in Pakistan, India, or whatever, or actually by Afghanistan and Pakistan. Why am I wearing it? It's halal to wear it. It's halal to wear it. The brother over there is dressed more like African. But can he come in here with shorts that is above his knees? No, you can say, but this is American. Doesn't matter. Haram. When we talk about customs, as long as the custom, there is a dalil for it, can be taken in as part of Islam, because there is dalil for it. Dalil says this is allowed. And this is also practiced by the people. Mashallah, but Islam allows this. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, no problem. But if there is culture, there are customs, there are traditions that goes against Islamic law, against Quran and Sunnah in general, it will be removed, it will be wiped out. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with ethnicities, it has nothing to do with countries and all that. And not only that, it has nothing to do with Egypt and Syria. No, these are one Muslim land. It's Muslim land. It will be provinces ruled and governed by Islamic law. Period. All right, next.
So there's another question from one of the sisters downstairs. No change comes in the easy or gradual way, and two systems cannot coexist. So should we do like the same as the kuffar when we bring the khilafah, kill everyone, all the military and scientists and teachers and stuff, who all worked for the previous government, just like the kuffar did and still do?
What is the question?
That is a question.
That's not a question. That's opinion.
Should we do it that way?
That's an opinion. That's your opinion. That's not what I said. I don't know whoever asked that question. Because, this is the thing. People ask questions with their opinion.
Should we do it?
No. Look, Sheikh. I said halal and haram is the issue. Now you can put your opinion in it. Should we just kill everybody and blah, blah. Did I say that? I didn't say that. What I said is change is radical. That is true. But what does that mean? Any system, if you're trying to change the system, you don't change half of the system, allow the other half. That's not change of system. That's not change of system. Right? You don't tell your daughter, go ahead, wear hijab, but you can wear a skirt. Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. Actually, you're making fun of Islam. You're literally making fun of Islam. And if a sister does that, who wears a skirt and wears a hijab, she's making fun of the deen of Allah. Somebody's gonna say, are you mocking the deen? Because that's not what hijab means. Hijab has a definition and a meaning in Islamic law. It has 2 pieces or 3 pieces, and you have to do 1, 2, 3. That's what hijab and jilbab, and this is what it means to what when it comes to modesty, when it comes to protecting your aura and all of these things, and hiding your aura and making sure that your body is not displayed. All of this, there's rules. So when we talk about change, we're talking about complete change. We're not talking about, you don't go like now in Syria. When they're getting rid of some people, like maybe the head of Sadnaya, maybe some of these people. They did not get rid of everybody. I need you guys to understand that. There are many generals of the Syrian army that were part of this genocide that have actually been forgiven. They have actually been forgiven. They were not, they weren't hanged. Some people, they didn't have a choice because the people know them. People know them, and they were hanged in the middle of the public, in the middle square in Damascus and in so-and-so, in Hama and Homs and all these places, because people knew these criminals. The people themselves hanged them. But there are many parts of the Syrian infrastructure today, when it comes to the army, when it comes to they are intact. The other day, what's his name? The one who's been forgiven in so-called military forgiveness that's happening. And who gave you the right to forgive these people? They're criminals. They killed millions of people. They made millions of women widowed. They made millions of children orphans. Who gives you the right? No, what's actually happening is, they know, and Americans know, and the rest of the Western world knows that, look, they want to make sure that the institutions are intact, and in order to keep the institutions intact so that it doesn't fall apart, and so they are keeping those people in place. That's when we're talking about change of the system. The whole constitution has to change. Complete institutions have to change. Even the language, in our cases, Arabic has to be the language of the Quran and Sunnah, and others have to learn the language of Arabic, and they don't have a choice. Like today, when you come to this country, you have to learn English, because the constitution is in English. The language of law, the language of business, the language of communication is in English. You don't have a choice. You have no choice. So, specifically when it comes to change, it must be changed. No signs, no structure of the old regime can stay in power. If you don't want to do that, there is no point of sacrificing the people. Okay, next.
So actually, inshallah, we're going to take a break for Maghrib. Maghrib is in 10 minutes, but as you can see, we do have many more questions, inshallah, when we come back.
You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, but people want to make wudu.
You guys all have wudu? Yeah. Okay, continue.
Okay, continue. Bismillah. So we have another question, is great scholars like Qaradawi speak about gradualism. When the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina, the entire Quran wasn't fully revealed yet. How is this not gradualism?
You're answering the question yourself. I mean, you see, the Quran, whatever the Quran was revealed, it was being implemented. Period. Whatever Quran was revealed was being implemented. And as new laws were coming down, they were being implemented. Period. And this is the most amazing thing about Medina, by the way. The Rasul ﷺ did not even change, not only the constitution, he even changed the name of the city. He said nothing in the beginning to call Yathrib was a sin. You couldn't say it. You had to say Medina means Medina. You had to call it Medina. He comes and he says, even the Medina, the name Medina was given by the Prophet ﷺ. Yathrib is changed, no longer Yathrib. Now we only say Yathrib for the historical context, so that people know it was known as Yathrib. Rasulullah comes in, says Medina, and not Medina. This is what's going to happen. This is how it's going to rule. This is what, right away, the charter is set up. And it's actually known as the first constitution in the world, even. How organized the Prophet ﷺ was, how organized the Muslims in general were. Right away, there was no gradualism. I mean, you would have to give me a dalil to say there was gradualism. What gradualism? All of Islam was implemented right away, from day one. Because the ayah in the Quran, ادخلوا في السلم كافة ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. Continue.
So the next question is, surely you are not saying that rooted Islamic knowledge was lost during colonialism, right? Only that we lack its implementation. To accept that it is lost would be problematic given that the ayah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserving this deen through the righteous scholars.
Quran is preserved, Sunnah is preserved. Many authors, many scholars wrote a lot of work, unfortunately destroyed. That is true. That doesn't mean we don't have the methodology to look for Quran and Sunnah, Ahkam, Shara'i, Usul, Fiqh, all of that we have. We have all of that. But when the Tatar came, they destroyed millions of books, threw them in water. Yani the Tigris River, I think it is, the river in Iraq, became black or blue because of the amount of books that were thrown, to the point that they threw all the books, because Baghdad was known as their Baytul Hikmah. There's a huge library named Baytul Hikmah. When they came in, they took all the books and they threw them in the rivers, and they actually used them to cross the river. Unfortunate, but it happened. No, but that does not mean that Islam was not preserved. No, people wrote books. There were huge authors who had written a lot of history, a lot of, when it comes to different tafasir, people had written historical issues, usul issues, many stories, historical issues. Yes, we did lose. But the Quran and Sunnah is preserved. The methodology of seeking hukum shari, what is it that we do in this time and that time and that time, all of that is preserved. And that's the amazing thing about Islam.
So another question we have here is, do we have time? What is the Islamic basis for forcing everyone to learn Arabic? This is a needlessly harsh stance that was not practiced, and the evidence is in Islamic Persia, Anatolia, India, Africa. The list goes on. Forcing a monoculture should not be the goal of an Islamic state. It should be implementation of Sharia.
Look, the issue has nothing to do with forcing a language. I mean, you're talking to a non-Arab at the end of the day. So don't sit there and say, you are trying to bring Arabic culture or Allah Arab. No, look, brothers and sisters, when you think about Imam Bukhari is not Arabic. When you look at Muhammad Qutuz, the brother actually met Muhammad Qutuz, he's not Arab. Salahuddin Ayyubi was not Arab. Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah was not Arab. None of the heroes that he mentioned in most of his talk were not Arabs. Bilal radiallahu anhu. Bilal, there's a lot of discussion, I don't want to go there, but the thing here is, it has nothing to do with ethnicities. The language of Islam is Quran. And Arabic language is the language of Islam. So by default, if you want to know your laws, if you want to understand the book of Allah Azza wa Jalla, if you want to understand the laws, your own rights, if you want to make sure that your children understand the rulings and regulations, and what's halal and what's haram and what's mawdu and what's mubah and what makruh. Look, I'm even mentioning all of the words, they're all in Arabic. I didn't mention them in English. Right? I was in Afghanistan, for instance. We were talking about, we were listening to a radio show, and the scholar was there, and he was throwing out terms like this issue is mubah, because people were asking questions on the radio, and he said this is mubah, this is mandub, this is makruh, this is haram, this is halal, and this is a whole show that happens. It's amazing. So fiqh being discussed constantly while you're driving, ulama are being questioned. It's amazing. So a lot of the people, yes, they are Afghans. Their language is Pashtun. They speak Dari. They speak Farsi. They speak many other. Arabic is not the language of Afghanistan. But when it came to understanding the rulings of Islam, Quran and Sunnah, it has to be done in Arabic language. Because at the end of the day, the law is in Arabic language. So it's the same thing when you come here. If you're going to study American Constitution, if you want to study constitutional law, if you want to study political science, if you want to study any of those laws, you better learn the English language. There is no other way, and there's no way out. You can't say, I'm going to make sure I learn political, Constitution of the United States, which is originally written in English, but I want to do it in Arabic. Well, good luck finding a job. So that's what we are saying. We're not saying that you can't speak Urdu if you are in Islamic State. We're not saying you cannot speak Afghani no, you can speak 1,000 different languages. That will actually help the Islamic State even develop even more. That's not the point. Yes, I mean, I know 4 or 5 different languages. Most of you here know 3 or 4 different languages. But that actually helps us understand so many different things and so many point of views. But at the end of the day, when somebody asks me, let's say if somebody asks me for a fatwa, I'm not anybody to give a fatwa, I'm giving you an example. If somebody asks me to give a fatwa, I cannot really go and study in Afghanic, in Pashto or Urdu and come back and give you a fatwa. At the end of the day, I still have to go back to the sources, which is Arabic language, to go and understand what is the hukum shara'i, to come back and give you what it is. If not, I don't have the original source. I would be doing wrong to you, but not being able to go back to the sources. That's what we're talking about. Cultures, yes, as long as the culture as long as it's halal, it's halal. If any culture, doesn't matter how dominant, if anything in that culture is haram, then it will not be accepted, because this is the deen of Allah, not human beings. All right.
So we have 1 minute left until Maghrib time. So
Go
inshallah,
ahead.
we'll still
Okay.
want
No, it's on
we'll
you.
take a break, and then there's like 4 questions. If you want to come back, we can do it inshallah. I think,
Sure, we'll come back. Why
Okay,
not?
so after
Good
Maghrib,
questions,
we'll
though.
continue the question answer inshallah.
We are hitting nationalism the way it should be hit. Look, brothers and sisters, we have to understand these things. It's true also. Sometimes the Arabs get angry to me when I gave a khutbah one time, and I said, at the end of the day, most of the times that freed the Muslim lands were non-Arabs. They get, oh, you have to say it like that, huh? I said, well, that's the truth. Now they take it to the heart. Now the other way around, when I come and tell the non-Arabs, you better learn the Arabic language, bro. You better learn. If not, you're not going to understand Imam Bukhari. It was written originally in Arabic language. You're not going to understand the Qur'an. You're not going to understand all the muhaddithin and mufassirin and all the people of tariq. Oh, then they get angry. Why do we have to be Arabized? Bro, it has nothing to do with neither Arabic, neither this. It has to do with the culture of Islam. Islam is this. Period. We have Brother Victor in the back over there, mashallah. He learns Arabic language. For what reason? He should come and say, I will only teach Islam in Spanish. No. You have to learn the Arabic language so you can translate it and give it to the people. Fine, that's understanding. But if you want the sources of Islam, you better learn the Arabic language. And it has nothing to do with nationalism. It has to do with pure Islam. That's it. Jazakumullah khair. We'll come back after Maghrib, inshallah.
ah
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, we are back. Inshallah, today we are talking about continuing the conference. And so, inshallah, for our final speaker for the day is going to be Dr. Ustadh Abdul Ghani. He's a graduate of the prestigious Cornell University with a PhD in biochemistry. Oh, mic is not on. 1 second. Jazakallah khair. Bismillah. Okay, alhamdulillah, we are back now. So, inshallah, our final speaker is Dr. Ustadh Abdul Ghani, a graduate of the prestigious Cornell University with a PhD in biochemistry. Dr. Ustadh has published research papers in both biology and in cancer research. He is a foundational member of Islamic OASIS and is currently a teacher of math and sciences at the Islamic OASIS After School program. And inshallah, today he will talk about the trust in Allah and success in both lives. Jazakallah, Dr. Ustadh, the floor is yours.
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. الحمد لله دائم الفضل والعطاء الذي يستحق أن يشكر بالقلب واللسان في وقت الفرح وفي وقت الامتحان. الحمد لله الذي أطعم الطفل في مهده والطير في عشه والنمل في جحره، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبد الله ورسوله. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah الذاريات وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسِ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created jinn and the ins for one job, to worship Him. So how is this creation? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He decided that to create Adam. Then He said, إِنِّي جَعَلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً. Okay, I will create somebody on earth, and then he will be the successor, for what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want. So what Allah did, He make a shape, and then this shape was Adam. And then Rasulullah said, this shape stayed as long as Allah want. This shape did nothing. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala breathed the soul in him. Then he start to do all the job for human. Why I came to this point? Just to explain one thing. That we are, as a human, we have two components, which is the box, which is outside, which is nothing, but the soul inside is very important. So during your life, what to do? You are feeding, you're supposed to feed both of them parallel, these two components, which is the body and the soul. But we as a human being in this worldly life, we just very interested in feeding the body. So you find that the people feed the body, and then they keep the soul on the shelf until suddenly they wake up, and then they found the body is big while the soul doesn't have enough information. Now they start to cry. What happened to my family? What happened to my children? So now feeding the body will let you really go to a lot of diseases. Diabetes, heart attack, high cholesterol, and so on. But feeding the soul will take you close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and now you forget completely about this body. You will be attached to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaching. This is why Islamic Oasis do this feeding of soul once a month. We make these conferences once a month to feed the people, to elevate the soul of the Muslim community in Chicago. And this is very important. And for not only for you, you're supposed to come, bring your family completely, so you can be sure that you fed the soul of your children, your wife, yourself. So now you will not be sorry in the future. This is why really I raise this. Because Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he gave us the protocol in how even you feed the body. He said 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for breathing, for air. So what we do, mashallah, we take 100% for food, and then we put on top of them 10% of water, and then after that, we go to any pharmacy to look for digestive medication. But how much we give the soul? We give it nothing. Even when I was asking his brothers, why when we say about the conference, why you put dinner reserve? Yeah, this conference is supposed to be to teach the people Quran and Sunnah, to elevate their soul. They said, oh, this is very important. I didn't argue, wallahi. Wallahi, I didn't argue. I said, okay, you know better than me. So now, the whole idea, we are learning when we prepare the lecture. And we hope what we are saying it also will taught you something. But I have also to mention, we are standing here talking, but really we have a crew that are working on the backstage. They are doing a lot of good job. And I have really to thank them, because those people help us a lot. Now, what is my title? It is الثقة بالله سبحانه وتعالى مفتاح النجاح في الدنيا والآخرة. Again, this is for the people that complain about Arabic. I love Arabic. I'm Arab, so I have to talk in Arabic. Trust in God is the key to success in this dunya and the akhirah. My dear Muslim, really, if you look to the history, you find Muslim went through a lot of difficult time. You know, tribulations, calamities, and so on. Especially like what the brother mentioned about the Mongols. When they came, they want to wipe Muslims. They did killing, you know, burning. They did whatever they can. They were very vicious. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He gave, you know, the force to the good people to stand in the front of the Mongols. Even a lot of the Mongols enter Islam bifadlillah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why they said about Muslim, نحن أمة نمرض ولكن لا نموت. We are an ummah which you can be sick, but we never die. And always we recovered stronger than before. Look to us now. We are going through a lot of problems. I'm not going really to talk about politics, like, you know, the previous brother. But if you look, you find that we are going through a lot of difficulties. Even the Muslims start to go away from the teaching of Allah and His Messenger. And they start to ask for help from a human like you and me. So the creation want a creation like him to solve this problem. And this is not the only problem. Really, the main problem that when we go to kafir to solve our problem. Yani you find that most of the Muslims, they fight each other, and then the UN send somebody to make peace between them. Does this make sense? It doesn't make any sense. But this is the way which we really started to do. And instead of holding fast and strong to the rope of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we start to hold fast to the rope of kuffar. And we start to really be scared of them. But this is the way. This is not the way. We are going through a lot of difficult time, and we went away from our religion, but we have to depend completely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu, he said a very nice hadith. He said, إِنَّ الرَّجُلَ لَيَخْرُجُ مِنْ بَيْتِهِ وَمَعَهُ دِينُهُ فَيَلْقَى الرَّجُلُ وَلَهُ إِلَيْهِ حَاجَةٌ فَيَقُولُ لَهَا أَنْتَ كَيْتْ وَكَيْتْ. He praises him. لعله أن يقضي من حاجته شيئا فيسخط الله عليه فيرجع بيته بدون دين. Ibn Mas'ud said, a man may leave his house and he have his deen. He, mashallah, pray and so on. But he went out and then he met a man. Then he told him, you are such and such. We all do that, right? Huh? Anta habibi, you are my friend, because you need something from him. He is praising him. Maybe he can really do something he needs. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be very angry. So he returned to his home without his deen. So we have to be very careful. Don't really ask abd like you to help you. All the help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why a man came to one of the tabi'een, his name Al-Rabi' ibn Abd al-Rahman. Then he asked him, can you talk to the Amir, a big shot, to do for me so and so? So Al-Rabi' ibn Abd al-Rahman cried. And then he told him, Wallahi ya akhi, all my life, I never ask a human to do for me something. I always ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in any matter, look back. So I find him generous and near to whoever seeks Him and relies on Him. This is what Allah will do. So trust in Allah is a comprehensive word, and which encapsulates a lot of meaning, such as having good faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, putting your trust in God, and that Allah is sufficient for you. So human must place all the reliance in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then this will give them peace of mind when you really put your trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah Fatir, يا أيها الناس إن وعد الله حق فلا يتغرنكم الحياة الدنيا ولا يغرنكم بالله الغرور. O mankind, indeed the promise of Allah is true, so do not let the life of this world deceive you, and be not deceived about Allah by Satan. So Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, what he said to his Sahaba, this is a very good advice which we supposed to put it in our notebook to read it daily. Rasulullah said, إذا سألت فاسأل الله. If you ask somebody, so ask Allah. وإذا استعنت فاستعن بالله. And if you want help, ask Allah for your help. واعلم أن الأمة لو اجتمعت على أن ينفعوك بشيء لم ينفعوك إلا بشيء قد كتبه الله لك. The nations, the people, if they gather to do something good for you, they can't do it unless Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wrote it for you. And وإذا الأمة اجتمعت على أن يضروك بشيء لم يضروك إلا بشيء قد كتبه الله عليك رفعت الأقلام وجفت الصحف. And if they gather together to hurt you or to do something wrong for you, they can't unless if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wrote it for you. رفعت الأقلام وجفت الصحف. It means that these things was written long ago, they cannot change it. What a hadith, ya akhi. What is the importance of it? Who from us really look and then doesn't go to a human and think that he can help him? We look to the history of Islam. So we have to know that during the old prophets, the main job they did is rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala helped all of them. Because Allah said in Surah Al-Talaq, وَمَنْ يَتَّقِ اللَّهِ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبْ وَمَنْ يَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ فَهُوَ حَسْبُهُ إِنَّ اللَّهَ بَالِغٌ أَمْرَهُ قَدْ جَعَلَ اللَّهُ لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدْرًا. Listen to the beautiful ayah. Beautiful, wallahi. But we don't read. You know why we don't read? Because we don't know Arabic. Wallahi. You don't really feel the Quran until you know Arabic. There is a big difference between the translation and the real language. So Allah said in Surah Al-Talaq, and whoever fears Allah, He will make for him a way out and provide for him from where he did not expect. And whoever relies upon Allah, then He is sufficient for him. Indeed, Allah will accomplish His purpose. Allah has set a measure for all things. If you fear Allah and you rely on Him, He will open for you doors from where you don't know. Listen to this story. It was a very poor man. Then one night he went home. Then he asked his wife, "Where is the children?" She said, "Oh, they were crying and alhamdulillah they went to bed." He told her, "Did they pray Isha?" She said, no, please don't wake them up. You know, I am happy they went to sleep because they are very hungry. Then he told her, "No, fear Allah." He's telling his wife, fear Allah. Prayer is obligatory. food will come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he wake up his children, tell them to pray. They prayed. Suddenly he heard on the door, somebody knocking the door. Then he opens the door. He found 3-4 servants bringing to his house a lot of food. He said, what's this? They said, Wallahi, our master, he's supposed to make a deal with another guy. So he prepared a big dinner for him. Then he can be sure that the deal will be done. But when the other guy came, they fought together, so the deal did not go through. So the man said, Wallahi, I will take this food out and I give it to the first house I find. يجعل لكم من كل ضيق مخرجا. Because he wake up his children. He didn't think if they cry or no. But Allah can hear you. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wrote for you, when they order this food, it will come to your doorsteps. So ya akhi, believe in Allah. This is very important. So if we read the seerah of Anbiya in the Quran, we find that all of them put that trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And they get victory, alhamdulillah. This is why they said in Surah Ibrahim, وَمَا لَنَا أَلَّا نَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ وَقَدْ هَدَانَا سُبُلُنَا وَلِنَصْبِرُنَّ عَلَى مَا أَذَيْتُمُونَا وَعَلَى اللَّهِ فَلْيَتَوَكَّلِ الْمُتَوَكِّلُونَ. Those Anbiya, ya akhi. You see what they said? That على الله فليتوكل المتوكلون. On Allah we put our trust. So this is why the trust is a state of faith in which the heart surrenders to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, hands over the matter, and entrusts to Him, relies on Him. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will fulfill what really you need. This is why Anas radiallahu anhu قال, listen, من قال يعني when he's going out of his door من بيته بسم الله توكلت على الله ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله يقال له هديت وكفيت ووقيت وتنحى عنه الشياطين. You have to learn this. Wallahi, you have to learn it when you wake up in the morning. بسم الله توكلت على الله. And then Abu Dawood really put more. He said, فيقول الشيطان للآخر كيف لك برجل قد هدي وكفي ووقي. Listen to the translation. When a person leaves his house, he's supposed to say, in the name of Allah, I place my trust in Allah. There is no power and might except from Allah. Then it said to him, you have been guided. Your needs have been fulfilled. You have been protected, and Satan distances away from him. La ilaha illallah. Can you memorize it? Bismillah tawakkaltu ala Allah. You don't need a translation. It's not too hard. And then Abu Dawood, just said something extra. He says that one Satan told to the other, how you want overpower a man which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him, then satisfy him and protected him. Go away from him, you can't. Can you memorize it? Bismillah tawakkaltu ala Allah. Is this too much? It's not. And you will not find really in this Arabic word, again, when I came to the end, that there is some Arabic word you cannot find something in English can give you the same meaning. Now we'll see some example about the tawakkul of Anbiya. How the Anbiya put the trust. Number one is Nabiullah Nuh. Noah, alayhi salam, he lived with his people for almost 1,000 years. And they mock him, they make fun of him. And by the end, maybe according to some narration, he has only 81 people enter, or believe in the message, La ilaha illallah. So what he said, يا قومي إن كان كبر عليكم مقامي وتذكيري بآيات الله فعلى الله توكلت فاجمعوا أمركم وشركاءكم ثم لا يكن أمركم عليكم غمة ثم اقضوا إلي ولا تنظرون. What he said, oh my people, if my stay and my reminding you of the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are hard for you, then upon Allah I have relied. So unite your plan, you and your partners, and let not your plan be a burden to you. Then carry it out with me and do not give me a respite. This is what he said. This nation which were against him did not scare him. He didn't have an army. He was alone in the beginning. But he told them, I put my trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saved him, and the people believe in his message by taking the boat. Right? And then after that, those people, they were the only people left on earth. Subhanallah. Sayyidina Hud. Also Sayyidina Hud said in Surah Hud, فَكِيدُونِي جَمِيعًا وَلَا تُنْظِرُونَ إِنِّي تَوَكَّلْتُ عَلَى اللَّهِ رَبِّي وَرَبُّكُمْ. He said, Prophet Hud, that the plot against me all together, then give me respite. Indeed, I have relied upon God, my Lord and your Lord. Now we came to the Abu al-Anbiya, Sayyidina Ibrahim. What a story, akhi. Subhanallah. How much Sayyidina Ibrahim was exposed to a lot of trial. But he was sure that when he put his trust in God and rely on him, Allah will help him. When he was a young man, what he did? He looked around him, he finds the people worshipping a statue. And his father was one of the people making these gods and sell it for people. So he said, this cannot work. Those are not really creature. This is nothing. So what came to his mind? He went and break all the statue. So the kuffar came and then they said, who did that to our gods? So one of them said, إنه فتى يدعى إبراهيم. It is a young man. His name is Ibrahim. We know that he always taught that those are fake gods. So what they do? This is the gods. They said, we have to burn him. We have to burn him. There is no choice. So now it was, people giving sadaqah. So he told the people, collect wood. We have to make a big fire to burn Ibrahim. And then whoever does that, he will get a good reward. So they start to collect a lot of fires. You see again, we are going after feeding the body. So they make a huge fire until even what they said, nobody can approach this fire from far away. Even the bird flying on top of it, they can be burned. Just imagine how big it was. So now it comes a problem. How we can put Ibrahim in this fire? We cannot even come closer to it. So they tie him and put him in a thrower to throw him in fire. So when they throw him in fire, now I want you to imagine, like you are seeing a movie in front of you. A man flying, he knows that he is going to be in huge fire, and then, of course, he needs help. So Jibreel came to him and said, Ya Ibrahim, you want me to help you? He said, listen to the trust. He said, from you, no. Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakeel. I put all my trust in Allah. Can you imagine it? You know that you are throwing in a huge fire, and then this is what you say to the angel. Because Allah knows what I'm going through. Now, both angel of wind and the angel of rain standing. Ya Rabbi, order us. The angel of wind say, order me so I can make a huge wind, I can put down this fire. And the angel of rain, he said, oh Allah, order me so I can, just let down a lot of rain to stop the fire. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he make a very big miracle. Look to the miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He didn't want wind, he didn't want rain. Because maybe they would say, oh, Ibrahim was lucky. If this wind, we don't have it, he will be burned now. Or we didn't have this rain. But Allah said, Ya naru, kuni bardan wa salaman ala Ibrahim. Oh, fire, be cool. Not only he stopped, and safe. Because be cool only, he can, die because it's too cold. But cool and safe. Cool to the state in which Ibrahim cannot be burned, and at the same time will be safe. So Ibrahim came out of the fire, nothing burned on him except the rope. This is the miracle. This is the miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which really challenge all the kuffar. The second story also to show how to rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When the order came to Sayyidina Ibrahim, take your wife Hajar and your baby son Ismail, and then put them beside the Kaaba in Arab Peninsula. So he took both of them, and then he left them. So Hajar called him, Ya Ibrahim, did Allah order you to do that? You see, look ya akhi to the woman. She didn't call 911, come help me, my husband is crazy. No. Did Allah order you? He told her, yes. Then she said, فَإِنَّهُ لَنْ يُضَيِّعْنَا. So he will not perish us. He will protect us. This is how much she trusts in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Ibrahim left, and then the mother have little bit left of dates or food and water. When he's gone, the baby cry. So she start to run from one hill to the other, As-Safa wal Marwa, looking for anybody for water. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent Jibril down. Then Jibril struck the earth with his wing. So Zamzam came out. In a place in which no cultivation, no water, nothing. So Allah saved them. Not only that, but caravan going through this place, they saw, there is birds. It means that there is water. So they went there. Look to the second trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now imagine, people coming from caravan, they found a lady and her son. And they ask her, can we share with you the water, and then we'll give you food and we protect you? You know what they can do also? They can slaughter both of them and take the place, take the water, right? But see, Allah sent to them people, they have, a soft heart. So they make deal together. This where the community start to grow, and Sayyidina Ismail become, the father of the Muslim in this region. The third one, when Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam also, when Allah told him, 81 years old, and then after his son is able to walk and help him, what the order came? Go slaughter Ismail. Yes? That's the order. So what he did, again he put his trust on Allah. And then he did what Allah asked him to do. So what Allah did, he didn't let the knife to cut the throat of Ismail. But he sent, for Ismail, he sent a ram. and then it was slaughtered instead of his son. This is the trust, ya akhi. How many of us now is able, if I tell you, put your trust, ya akhi, in Allah. Then you tell me, no, I know the congressman, he can help me to get this job. Yes, you can. And then you get the job. But you can fail in this job. Yes? Why? Because you get a job which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't like. But if you put your trust in Allah and you say, oh Allah, give me a job in which I serve myself and I serve the Muslim community, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help you. Also, when we look to Nabiullah Yaqub, the father of Yusuf, you know what happened to him? His son was thrown in a well, then his children was just going against his son, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put him in a very hard trial. Even he lost his sight from crying about Sayyidina Yusuf. So what he said? He said, إِنَّ الْحُكْمَ إِلَّا لِلَّهِ وعليه توكلت وعليه فليتوكل المتوكلون لا إله إلا الله. He said, the judgments belong only to Allah. In Him I have relied, and in Him let the truthful rely. So what Allah did, Allah bring back to him all his children, even he returned his sight, and then Allah elevate all this family on earth, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings the children together to serve deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The third one, or the first one, is Sayyidina Musa. Look to Sayyidina Musa, ya akhi. Subhanallah. From the starting when he was baby, Allah revealed to his mother, you want to save Musa? Put him in a box and put him in the river. Is somebody really believe in that? But what she did? She did what she felt. So she put her trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saved Musa. It can be 5 minutes. And then Sayyidina Musa, after that, he went through a lot of trial. Like brother said about, how much he suffered. But even when he take the Bani Israel to cross or to take them away in Sinai, they came to the sea, Red Sea. So they look back, they found Pharaoh with his army. What they said? فلما تراءى الجمعان قال أصحاب موسى إنا لمدركون قال كلا إن معي ربي سيهدين. The Jews said, oh, look, Pharaoh here with his soldiers, خلاص, they will overtake us. So what Musa said? No, Allah with me, and then He will let me, go safe. So what Allah said? Ya Musa, strike the sea with your stick. So he did it. So the sea just came into two big like mountains, and then he have a way to go through. So after Musa went, he want to strike back the sea to let it go back. He was afraid that Pharaoh will follow him. So Allah told him, Ya Musa, leave it. It's not your job. You went. I am taking care of you. So Allah let the sea, have the way in between the two waves, and then until Pharaoh came to the middle of it. So Allah orders the sea, go back. Then all Pharaoh and his soldiers drowned. And if you look to Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, wallahi, ya akhi, he went through a lot of trials and torture, but he was very patient. And he believed in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Do you know why? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Al-Furqan, He said, وَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى الْحَيِّ الَّذِي لَا يَمُوتُ. and put your trust in the ever living who does not die. That's it. Can we do that? توكل على الحي الذي لا يموت. So he put all his trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When the order came for him to migrate to Medina, then he went with whom? With Abu Bakr. And then they went inside Ghari Thawr, a cave. During that, all the kuffar was looking for him until they stand on top of the cave. So Abu Bakr said, Ya Rasulullah, if they look down to their shoes, they will see us. What he said? Ya Abu Bakr, inna Allah ma'ana. Don't worry. Allah with us. ما بالك باثنين الله ثالثهما. What do you think about two people? Allah is the third. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blinds those people. They cannot see him, and not only that, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala let a web to be on the top of the mountain. So what happened? A spider web. So the people look, they said, oh, the web is complete. Nobody broke it, so nobody inside it. And then they left. If you look to Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, in the Ghazwat Badr, what happened? It was 300 people, they just start to build a community in Medina. And then they were attacked by 1,000 well-equipped Quraysh. Almost 3-4 times. But they put their trust in Allah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives them victory. For what? For us. Because if the Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam lost the Badr, all these people will die, so will not get the message of Islam. But 300 people, they stand and then they believe and they trust in Allah. So those people really bring to us the message of Islam. And this is why we are today Muslim. In Ghazwat al-Ahzab, what happened? The Yahud start, as usual, to go around and then make fitna. They went to Quraysh, Muhammad will do, so will do. So they accumulate almost 12 tribes. 12 tribes. So they said, okay, we'll go to Medina and then we'll wipe those Muslims back. Put an end for this. So they went to Medina. So what Rasulullah did, he asked to his Sahaba, there is people coming to attack us, and we are only in Medina 3,000 people. So they will beat us. We have to be ready. This is what I'm saying. Don't just talk, you have to be ready. So he asked the Sahaba. So Salman al-Farisi said, Ya Rasulullah, in Persia, what we do, if you are attacked by a big army, so we dig a trench around the place. So he said, okay. Then they start to dig this trench. They were hungry, tired and so on. Even because of hunger, they put stones and tie it around their stomach. This takes from them 20 days. And it is very well known that the rocket or the earth around Medina is very hard to dig on it. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, again, when you put your trust, He will make everything for you easy. So after they finish, the people came. They want to cross the trench, they can't. So they they make siege around Medina for 3 weeks. Of course, the Muslim, no food, nothing, no caravan come. So they were very, very, going through a very difficult time. But again, put your trust in Allah, then He will find for you a way out. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in one night, He sent a very cold wind, which really removes their tent, makes the horses run away. Just turn upside down the pot where they make food. So they're very, very scared. They're very They were very scared. So what they did, they said is enough. We have to leave the siege and then go. This is Allah ya akhi. So what Allah said about that? يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ جاءتكم جنود فأرسلنا عليهم ريحا وجنودا لم تروها وكان الله بما تعملون بصيرا. Allah said, all you who believe, remember Allah's favor. When armies came to you and we sent upon them a wind and armies which you did not see, and God is ever seeing of what you do. This is Allah. He lets them go away without even, a war. But Allah is able. Allah is able. He's the creator. If you want to do anything, just say, I put my trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But now there is a word in Arabic for the people asking about Arabic. There is a word called at-tawakkul. Tawakkul, you mean that you put your trust in somebody. Then when we say tawakkaltu ala Allah, I trust in God. So I have a translation in English. I'm asking the people asking about Arabic. Tell me what is the word in English corresponding to tawakkul. The difference is alif. Tawakkul is ta, waw, kaf, lam. Tawakkul is ta, waw, alif, kaf, lam. And both of them are opposite. Tawakkul is opposite of tawakkul. Wallahi, yesterday I stayed 2 hours to find something in English correspond to the word tawakkul. Even I called my grandsons. I asked them, do you know any English word corresponding to tawakkul? So I can put it in my lecture. They look and they said no. Is anyone here can tell me Arab? You know what is the word tawakkul? There is nothing. The only way to differentiate between both, you see in Arabic, is very clear. Tawakkul and tawakkul. So what is tawakkul in Arabic? هو رجاء التوفيق والفلاح من الله مع العمل والأخذ بالأسباب. So tawakkul, which is trust in Allah, mean entrusting the matter to Allah and trusting in what has decreed. While هنا بقى the difference. While taking the necessary measures, working hard and striving. You have to work. Yes, I trust in Allah, but you have also to do your job. Tawakkul بقى, which have nothing corresponding in English. So it is the same things. Is reliance in Allah, but what you do, you sit down lazy. You don't do any necessary measures or working hard or striving. This is tawakkul and this is tawakkul. One, you give your trust, you trust in Allah, but you have to work hard. The other one, you say, I trust in Allah, but I will not do anything. This is why when one of the Bedouin came to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam and said, Ya Rasulullah, do I have to tie my she-camel and then put my trust in Allah? Or I leave it free and then say, I trust Allah. Then Rasulullah said, اعقلها وتوكل. Tie it and then say, I might put my trust in Allah. اعقلها وتوكل. This is the way. Do the things right and then say, I put my trust in Allah. Don't somebody want to go and then fight somebody which is stronger than him 10, 15 times. And then he said, خلاص, I trust in Allah, He will let me winner. يا أخي لا يا أخي. Even you don't have some muscles in your body. Then we punch you and punch you, that's it. But عقلها, prepare yourself. And say, inshallah, I will practice, I will be strong, then I can go fight him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help me. This is the farq ما بين توكل وتوكل. So also, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, لو أنكم تتوكلون على الله حق توكله لرزقكم كما يرزق الطير تغدو خماصا وتغدو خماصا وتروح بطانا. If you trust in Allah the way which you supposed to trust Him, He will feed you as He feeds the birds. It come out of their nest empty stomach and come at night with belly full of food. بس حق توكله, not حق تواكله. This is the most important. This is why Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu, one Friday he walked in the masjid. Then he found people sitting. Then told them, who are you? They said, نحن المتوكلون. We are the people which put our trust in Allah. He told them, no, you are the mutawakkilun. This is just you say mutawakkilun, but you don't do any things which Allah ordered you to do. You didn't hear that what Allah said? فَإِذَا قُضِيَتِ الصَّلَاةُ فَانْتَشِرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ. When the Jum'ah prayer is done, so spread on earth, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can give you provision. He said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَرْزُقُ الْقَوْمَ بِالْقَوْمِ. Allah gives a provision from one body to other. You say, somebody else is really buying it from you. This is the only way. But don't stand in the mosque and say Allah will give us rizq provision. إِنَّ السَّمَاءَ لَا تُمْتِرُ ذَهَبًا وَلَا فِضَّةً. Sky will never rain for you either gold or silver. And then He whips them. He lets them out of the masjid. So now, Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and let me end with this, inshallah. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, according to the ayah, وَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى الْحَيِّ الَّذِي لَا يَمُوتُ. Put your trust on the one which He never dies. He always says this dua. Wallahi, I don't suppose to translate it in English, because translating in English will take the test of it. What Rasulullah said, Allahumma laka aslamt, wa bika amant, wa alayka tawakkalt, wa ilayka anabt, wa bika khasamt. Allahumma inni a'udhu bi'izzatika, la ilaha illa ant, أن تضلني أنت الحي الذي لا يموت والجن والإنس يموتون. This is Prophet, he is saying it. Al-Ma'soom. He never did anything wrong. Subhanallah. But every day he says it. Oh Allah, oh God, to you I submit. In you I believe. Upon you I rely. To you I turn, and with you I contend. O God, I seek refuge in your might. There is no God but you. You are the ever-living who does not die, and the jinn and mankind dies. This is, I don't want you to memorize the whole hadith. Just memorize, Bismillah, tawakkaltu ala Allah. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم.
Jazakallah, Dr. Musad. So inshallah, we are, at this time, we're going to start the question and answer panel with all three speakers. Unfortunately, because of time, we're going to have only one question per speaker for the online viewers. Yeah. But inshallah, we can try to get as much as we can, inshallah.
I give my question to the brother.
Oh, so at this time, I would ask Brother Salek and Sheikh Shirazi if you can come up to the table. Jazakallah.
I will bring a chair here. I will bring a chair.
No, no. All right, so alhamdulillah. So jazakallah khair for your patience. So like I said, we're short for time, so we're going to have one question each. So Dr. Musad, we're going to start with you. The question that I believe is a sister that asked, she asked, I have been going through a hard time. My iman is low. What are some things that I can do? Do I memorize more of the Quran? And thank you for your reminders of Hazrat Musa and Ibrahim alayhi salam.
Against the question?
So what her iman is low. So she's asking.
Her iman is low?
Yeah. So she's asking what she can do to better herself. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Look, sister, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as I said in the beginning, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us for a very specific job, to worship Him. And again, I said our problem, we don't really give our soul enough education to understand really how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us a lot of things. Did you, sister, think about that one day when we wake up in the morning and then we put our feet, out of our bed and then we walk? Did you feel how much is this favor from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? It's not, the problem is not the money or that to be rich or not. The most important is that satisfaction, to be always thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to what He give you. But we as a human being, we never satisfy. Until Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the favor He give it to us, He take it back. Now we start to say, Ya Rabbi, I wish if I can walk, or I wish if I can talk, or I wish if I can see. So now if your really spirit is low, reading the Quran is very important. This is what Allah said. Alif Lam Mim, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. Then Allah said, this book, there is no doubt, is the way for people really to be on the right path. So, I don't know if you don't know Arabic or what, but still, listen to the Quran. فإذا قرأ القرآن فاستمعوا له وأنصتوا. Even when you hear the Quran, wallahi, some of the Quran I memorize it when I turn the phone on, when I'm going to sleep. So I can, hear the ayat and the surah over and over again. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help you, inshallah. She's distressed, right?
Yes, she's in distress.
And inshallah, look, whatever you give to Allah, what Allah said, if any human gives something to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give better from these things to him. So always try, always be patient, and inshallah, Allah will put you on the right path. And we have here courses for Arab, inshallah. This will help you. Because again, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that because I'm Arab, but wallahi, I sometimes, I frustrate when I translate from Arabic to English. One time I was saying something in Ramadan, and then it came, كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. I look to the word تتقون translation, in every book is translated different. While in Arabic, Sayyidina Ali give it a very nice translation. I don't have to say it today, but I'm just telling you. So, the Arabic, it has its own test. So try, inshallah, and don't forget, every minute you spend it in learning, you will get a good deed. This is why Rasulullah said that al-ilmu fardun ala kulli Muslim, ladies or men. So try this, inshallah, and Allah will help you.
Jazakallah khair. Pass it to Brother Sadiq, actually. So, Brother Sadiq, jazakallah for being here still. So the question that we have for you, for the online speakers, is the aqidah that you spoke of, is that one of the Salaf?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Of course, there is only one Islamic aqidah. There's no more than one Islamic aqidah. And I know from where this question is coming from, but I'll give it some more context. What I was discussing in the talk and in the lecture was the method in which people are taught the aqidah nowadays. It is just academic, it is just definitions, it is just words, it is not practical, it's not realistic. And that's not how Rasulullah ﷺ taught the Sahaba radallahu anhu. What does it mean to have conviction? If you have conviction in something, then your actions need to what? They need to be affected in what you believe in. If my actions are not being affected in what I believe in, and it's not pushing me and motivating me to do a specific action, and what we were talking about is sacrificing and taking strong principled stances, then there's something wrong in what I believe in. Either I'm not convicted or I don't understand what my conviction is. But to the question, the Aqidah of Islam is one. Al-imanu billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi wal yawm al-akhir wal qada wal qadar khayrihi wa sharrihi min Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this Aqidah is one. The belief in Islam is one. There is no difference, and of course it's what we believe in, the Aqidah of the Salaf, the Aqidah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Aqidah of Islam, it's all one.
Jazakallah khair. So Sheikh Shirazi, this question is for you. This was from yesterday, and I believe it's important to ask. How can we triumph as an ummah when there are both men and women who do not know the simple adab of being in a masjid, such as not wearing hijab or wearing clothes that fit too tight or clothing with images, and don't know how to act properly in a masjid?
I think this is the same thing when it comes down to how do we deal with Allah Azza wa Jal. Right? The reality is this: when someone knows who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is, they will behave a certain way whether they are on the streets or whether they are in the masjid. Nothing will change. So when we're talking about taqwa, there's a lot of discussion here about taqwa, about fearing Allah Azza wa Jal, about tawakkul. The reality is, brothers and sisters, that if you don't know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who created you, and He has demands, and He has punishments, and He has rewards. He has created death, that you will die. He's created life, so you live a certain amount of time. You will live, you will die, you will pay for what you have done. This is the whole point of life, period. There is nothing else. Everything else is just given to you, so you have some way of living in this life. But the whole point is to actually obey Allah, period. The whole reason to have that mind that you have is to know that Allah exists, so that you come to that point, that conclusion that Allah Azza wa Jalla exists. And so that you fulfill the demands. Now imagine you come to the masjid and you come half naked to the masjid. Just imagine these things. You come to the masjid, you have no care for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Although Qur'an, Allah Azza wa Jalla, when you come to the masjid, libas al-taqwa, cover yourself. Don't come in the masjid. Imagine, first of all, when you walk on the streets, you walk on the streets with the way that Allah wants you to walk. You dress the way Allah wants you to dress. And then another demand when you come in the masjid, and even more when you come to the masjid of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because you're entering a place, where you are coming to say complete submission to Allah Azza wa Jal. So this is very, very important, and especially to the parents. The parents have to, a person who does not fear Allah, a person who does not respect the limits of Allah Azza wa Jal, will not respect your limits. Will not. This is guaranteed. He or she will not respect your limits. So if you want yourself, your children, your families, your friends, your environment to care for you, respect you, and all of these things, if you don't teach them fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, nothing else will matter. Jazakallah.
So one more question that actually is just kind of building off of that. It's asking, how do we build our kids, especially women or the girls, to be both mentally and physically strong and be able to comprehend?
The whole idea is teaching them the aqidah. That's, Brother Sadiq was talking about this, Dr. Musa spoke about this, that look, at the end of the day, you will not be able to take a stand, you will not be able to live a certain lifestyle, you will not be able to, lifestyle here meaning, look, whatever life that you live, you will live according to certain ideas, period. It's always the case. There are certain concepts that you will live by. It's just the nature of things. You're going to have to adopt something that you live by. If you adopt kufr, you adopt Islam, you don't have a choice. You're going to have to adopt something. How do I do this? You're going to do it according to a certain concept. So if you want your children to behave a certain way, act a certain way, understand things a certain way, when you look at something and you say, somebody might say this is beautiful, and a Muslim might say this is unbelievable, this is unfortunate that this brother is behaving this way or the sister is behaving this way. Somebody else might love the way that person is behaving. But your concept says, no man, this is against the fearing of Allah. It's concepts that are defining things. The whole thing is being decided by concepts that you carry. So what do? Either you carry the Islamic Aqidah or you carry the Aqidah of Kufr. So you have to make sure that you understand that kid or that family or that person or whoever, to make sure that you inculcate, you do everything possible to make sure that this deen of Allah Azza wa Jal is actually understood by that child, not rhetoric, which also the brother spoke about. There's a lot of rhetoric going on. There's just a lot of people are teaching a lot of things, but nothing is being actually understood by the other side. Because it's all being thought as culture. It's being thought as traditions. It's theory, if not academic. So please, brothers and sisters, no, you're going to, it has nothing to do with academic. When you go to your grave, there is no academics there. That's a reality. We will all end up in that grave, a 6-foot grave. If you've never thought about that, there's a lot of Muslim graves here, graveyards, even kuffar. Just go and look. One day, we will be counted amongst that grave. One day, believe me, it will be, here lies so-and-so, 1980 to Allah knows what. That's mine, right? I was born 1980, so 1980 and so-and-so. It will be. Every single one will have. So if that reality, you need to go look at that and say, man, I don't know in this place which one is my spot. But for sure there is a spot. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khair. So we're actually going to continue. We have just enough time. So Dr. Musad, this one is actually for you. So Dr. Musad, this one, there's one more question for you we're going to ask.
Me?
Yes. This person, the sister asked, should we worry then about improving ourselves or changing the world?
About it?
Worried about improving ourselves or changing the world? So which one?
This is a very nice question, wallahi. If you cannot change yourself, how you change the world? What is the world? Is you, me, Brother Zain, Victor, and so on. If every one of us change himself, so the world will be changed. Like they said, إن الصلاة لا تغير العالم ولكن الصلاة تغيرنا ونحن نغير العالم. Said that prayer did not change the world, but the prayer changed us to be good, and then we change the world. So sister, we have to start with ourselves. We have to start with the small circle, which is the family, and then go out, to neighbor, then relative, and so on, until really, inshallah, the whole world will be Muslim, bismillah.
Can I also address that? Look, sister, just to extend what Dr. Musad is saying, there's also another side of this. For instance, in this school, after school program, we do a lot of work with the kids, trying to teach them to wear hijab, trying to teach them to understand the aqidah, understand this, understand that, read the Qur'an, pray 5 times a day. A lot of things happen. The moment they step on that street, they're a different person. Yesterday, I was, some sisters, they were telling me that, subhanAllah, man, what do we do here? We're doing so much work with the kids, and next thing you know, they don't come here 1 week, they're a different person on the street. So, you cannot work just yourself. The society is telling you something else. You're teaching your child, you cannot accept homosexuality. But when you go to school, it's enforced that you must. Everything that you're teaching is the opposite outside. So part of changing yourself is to work what's happening outside. If not, you will be trying to do this forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever, and no change will happen. I mean, how many of us are worried, let's say, our children, if not their children, may not be Muslim in this country? It's a serious concern. I mean, really, really, nobody can deny that. How many of us parents are always worried? I have worked on my child, right? But her children, or let's say their children, will they be Muslim in this community, in this society? Because why? You've done the work. You might have done, even let's say if you have a daughter, think about this for a moment. If you have a daughter, you get them married. If the guy comes out to be a little bit weirdo, he never You never thought that this guy, you did everything possible to make sure the man is good. But the guy comes out to be something else after your all investigations. And then your daughter is saying, hey, I need to make sure my daughter wears hijabs, does not lie, knows the deen, reads the Qur'an, understands this, understands that. The husband says, that's extremism. I don't like that. That's too much. We live in this is free country. This is that. Then what do? So this is the thing that we have to understand, that we have to work on ourselves, that you cannot allow, you cannot not work on society that you're living in. You must do both. If you really want to be you really want to see a changed world, what you see, you must do the same type amount of work so that the society is actually, the change is happening on both sides. If not, it's like going through a pool without ever closing the sources of water that remains dirty. Yeah.
Jazakallah khair. So we have one final question for Brother Sadiq. When you're ready. Okay, so the question is, how do you stop people who are so submerged into nationalism that they forget to put Islam first? How do we stop it? It's gotten out of hand how Muslims treat other Muslims just because they are from another country.
To begin, I think most importantly, understanding the history of Rasulullah ﷺ and how he dealt with this problem, and understanding when it comes to our current nationalism and the nation states that we live under and the flags and the borders that people parade around today. When it comes to Rasulullah ﷺ, he destroyed the whole entire idea through what? Number one, by making sure that the Sahaba and all Muslims, the believers, understood that upon them entering Islam, that their new bond with each other became based off of Islam alone. And like the story that we mentioned of Al-Mughira ibn Shu'bah and his uncle, there was no such thing as a blood relationship. There was no such thing as a relationship from the people of our tribe. The people of Rasulullah ﷺ, his lineage, his people were the ones that attacked him and the ones who tortured him. Likewise with the Sahaba, with their other families. So they're understanding this, we have to teach people, and most importantly remind ourselves that upon our acceptance of Islam, if we are Muslims, Rasulullah ﷺ, he taught us that is the bond between one another. Number two, the example of Rasulullah ﷺ after he made hijrah. The first thing that he did when he made hijrah, أَخَ بَيْنَ الْمُهَاجِرِينَ وَالْأَنصَارِ, that he created a brotherhood between the muhajirin, the people that migrated with Rasulullah ﷺ, and the Ansar, those who were in Medina that gave him the support and the nusrah. Meaning that they split, the people of the Ansar, the supporters, they split everything that they owned with the muhajirin. And he became one and one, literally. This is what it means that Rasulullah ﷺ, he created the strong bond and the strong pact within the ummah, that the Ansar felt like they were part of the muhajirin and the muhajirin felt like they were part of the Ansar. And when a problem did occur and the muhajirin started calling to their people and the Ansar started calling to their people, Rasulullah ﷺ, he said, are you calling upon what is corrupt? What is corrupt? The Jahiliyyah? When I am still between you? When we have Islam and you're calling upon something that is corrupt in Jahiliyyah? So understanding that this is what entering the fold of Islam means, this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He describes us as one ummah, this is what it means. That there's no borders between us, no ethnicity, no color, no race, no language, whatever it may be. And number two is understanding, especially where this nationalism is coming from today, is understanding the history, like Sheikh Shirazi was talking about in his talk. Understanding the history of where these countries and these borders and these flags even came from. Sit down with somebody and give him a whole entire lesson of understanding where these things came from. Let him understand what happened in 1917 between Britain and France when they signed the Sykes-Picot Agreement. None of this existed. They did not exist. So the people before 1917, before that, prior to the dismemberment of the Islamic State, of the Uthmani Khilafah, people were one, and then all of a sudden, because Britain and France and Russia and America, they come and made these borders and these lines. And look at the lines, all the lines in the Muslim world. They're all straight borders, they're not natural borders. They're lines that were physically drawn on paper. And these flags were even given. It was not the Muslims, it wasn't the Arab, it wasn't the people of the land that actually made these flags and said it represents something for us, Islam. No. The imperialists, the colonialists themselves, they're the one that created these flags, and they gave it their own representation and definition of what it means. That means I am adopting and I am allowing the colonialists that occupied our land, that put us in this situation to determine what my relationship to another person is. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only one that determines that. And we follow the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Just quickly, brothers. Adam alayhi salam. Who's Adam alayhi salam? What country did he belong to? What nation state did he belong to? I mean, just think about what has happened. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created this world with very clear principles. Your father is Adam alayhi salam. Period. He didn't tell you whether he's black, white, this, that, nothing. That's it. You were created to worship Allah Azza wa Jal, and your father is Adam, your mother is Hawa. Period. Second, you know, brothers, this is one of the reasons why Bani Makhzum, if you go back to the seerah, did not accept Islam. Was their arrogance that, oh, Bani Hashim now is claiming Islam. This was their thing. Bani Makhzum, when Mughira came, what was his issue? The only issue was tribal. He was saying, now, look man, they already are controlling the keys of the Kaaba. They already take care of the ones who come, you know, they're taking care of to feed the Hujjaj and all of this. And now Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam comes and says he's a prophet. How are we going to match this? Nationalism. He wouldn't have minded. If Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came from Bani Makhzum, he would have probably like, all right, I have Khalid ibn Walid and now Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and now imagine what we can do. Arrogance out of his tribe. Look, Allah Azza wa Jalla said, Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. He put a principle. The only reason you will be, inna akramakum, in front of Allah, the one with karama, the one with this, what's karama? The one who has this high status in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who fears Allah Azza wa Jalla. When Bilal radiallahu anh, it was shocking. Look, the way Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam removes this hatred for tribalism, color, stupidity. He brings, on the day of Fatih Makkah, the grandest day that the whole world will remember. He brings Bilal radiallahu anh, tells him, get up on the top of the Kaaba and give the adhan. The whole of Makkah is shocked. They were shocked. What is happening? People started saying things like, thank God that Mughira passed away and Abu Lahab was killed and so was killed and so was killed. Saying like this before they saw this day that a slave is now on the top of the Kaaba giving the adhan. But Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam is changing the way everything is looked. Complete, total, different way of what life is, who will be honorable, who is dishonorable. It doesn't matter what tribe, how much money, what color you have. None of that matters. What matters is how much taqwa that you have. That is the status you have in front of Allah Azza wa Jalla. And just for one more, just final. United States today, dear brothers and sisters, tell me, what borders does US, if you have a US passport today, can you go to any country that you want?
Yes.
Without what? Without a visa. You can go and throw a $20 bill and get a visa. Any country. What happened to nation state here? Oh, I guess that doesn't belong to them. Nation state issue doesn't matter when it comes to the United States or Britain. Maybe even Britain is losing control of how many states they can go. But US, can you imagine? He will tell, go akhi, faddal, You go to Hajj. You go to Hajj, Sheikh, and you have to go to the bathroom. If you're in the line, you're in the bathroom. You tell somebody, here's the green car, the passport. I need to go to the bathroom. He will take you to the best bathroom in the haram. What happened to nation states? When it comes to them, look, they put us in a prison called nation states. It's a prison, and then there are cells. You belong to Palestinian cell, he belongs to Egyptian cell, I belong to Indian cell, he belongs to Pakistani cell, he belongs to Ghanaian cell, he belongs to Mexican cell, he belongs to I don't know what. What do we got? I don't know what we got. Syrian cell over there. Right? And then there will be Kurdistani cell, then there will be Kashmiri cell, then there will be Baluchistani cell. Afghani cell. Think about that, man. Subhanallah. But when it comes to America, there is no concept for them. They've built an empire. So look, get away, stop for a moment and think about what's happening to us and what's happened to the world. And not even one more thing. how in the world can world develop? Do you know why? One of the reasons the world is not developing with the kind of things that you see, the so-called South. You know what they call that? The South what? The global South, meaning the poor, the most poor people live here. The global South. You know how it was created? By creating nation state and nationalism. Development cannot happen there. Technology cannot be transferred there. You cannot build or grow what you want there. Who wants to go and live in South Africa or in Djibouti? The reason why you want to come to the US is because, you're free. And the moment you get the passport, you can go to anywhere in the world. All of this has been put in design for us. Understand the game, understand the plot, so you start thinking about what all of these stupid concepts, what they have done with these concepts. Jazakallah khair.
Was it? Good, Jazakallah khair. So alhamdulillah, that concludes the Islamic Oasis Winter Conference for 2024. We want to thank all our speakers that are here today, as well as all the speakers that have been here in the past. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your knowledge. And we understand that, of course, there are many questions that are still left on the board, but due to time, we unfortunately cannot get to them. But again, please ask your questions. Please do not hesitate for any questions to be asked. And inshallah, we will do our best what we can to get those questions answered. And of course, Jazakallah khair to all the people that viewed online to ask us the questions. Jazakallah khair. And to all the people that are here today, may Allah reward all of you for your search of knowledge. Ameen. We also just want to remind you that we have a 6-month Arabic course that starts for beginners. It starts on January 7th with Ustadh Muhammad Rashid from Al-Azhar University. It will be a 6-month beginner course. It is not meant for anybody, if you can read the Arabic letters, inshallah, you should be okay, inshallah. So please join. And of course, Islamic Oasis is not just only in this masjid, it is not only in Chicago, we are worldwide. And we do anything we can to help any Muslim around the world, and that's a job of every Muslim everywhere. So inshallah, please donate what you can. Please tune in, ask your questions, and Jazakallah khair. And before we end, we will have a dua by Shaykh Taha. Jazakallah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على محمد المهدى إلى الناس مرسلا. Ya Allah, we ask that you forgive our sins. Ya Allah, we ask that you have mercy on us, on our parents, our families, and the rest of the Muslims. Ya Allah, whatever of benefit was spoken, Ya Allah, we ask that you allow us to sincerely understand and implement this. Ya Allah, we ask that you make us among those who read this Qur'an, understand it, and act on it. Ya Allah, we ask that you have mercy on our brothers and sisters all around the world, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, especially in Gaza, Ya Allah, especially in Sham, in Sudan, in Kashmir, and everywhere else. Ya Allah, we ask that you have mercy on them. Ya Allah, we ask that you spare their blood. Ya Allah, we ask that you accept their shuhada. And Ya Allah, we ask that you give them victory. And Ya Allah, most of all, we ask that you make us of some use to help them, Ya Allah, and to alleviate their suffering, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, we ask that you unite this ummah, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, and we ask you for whatever is best in this life and in the hereafter. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursaleen walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
لن يطول الظلام ديننا لن يضام نحن جيل همام نحن فينا عمر لا 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 لن يطول الظلام ديننا لن يضام نحن جيل همام نحن فينا عمر صبح بدا نور ظهر نجم وشمس وقمر ألقى على الدنيا الدرر هذا عمر هذا عمر كل البرايا تنتظر أيامه البيض الغرر كي تستفيد من العبر هذا عمر هذا عمر لا لن تدوم الجراح بل سيأتي الصباح نحن أهل الكفاح نحن فينا عمر لا لا لن تدوم الجراح بل سيأتي الصباح نحن أهل الكفاح نحن